flattery will get you everywhere. Ooh, what is? Stop it! What is?
Hello, lovelies. Turns out I forgot to reset my timer. So that just threw me because I was like, oh, we've got way longer than I thought we had. This is brilliant. And then the screen went black and I was like, fuck. No.
Here I am just chatting away to myself.
No. So sorry about that. Anyway, hang on, let me turn Ruffle's button on. I am here with Ruffle. We are back on Independence for our last glamping adventure on Indie, at least, and the last one of the year.
Hopefully not the last one ever, which is what Madoon said.
Hopefully not the last one ever. Or what you mean if this is when I finally eat you?
So
well,
I'm hoping that that's not the case, but I have turned up here. You know, I am trusting. So here I am.
Well, to Calvert's delight, I'm sure, but possibly to Madoon's display, this is in fact the 69th stream.
Oh no. Well, I know what I need to do for that. Hang on.
So maybe this is the one. You know what? Never mind.
Stop it.
Right. Let me turn my loading screen off. Ooh. And catch up on chat. Hello to everybody who is lurking in chat. Oh my god, how have we already got a hype train? Thank you for the resubscriptions. Those of you that have just done that. Hi Robbie, hi Stablam, hi Massa, hi Mimas. I mean, hi Ruffle, but she's on my mic as well. Does she count? I don't know if she counts.
Hi Ruffle.
Yeah.
Hi Ruffle.
Oh, hello Madoon, hello Vulcan. Hello to anybody else who's lurking in chat. Hi Bun. You know what? And I was so happily saying to Ruffle just before we started, I was like I'm on the right screen. Sometimes I've cocked that up. I think it's all going to be fine. That fucking timer. Anyway. So we are back in the northeast side of Indy. We finished up our last glamping adventure just up here. And so we are back on our last glamp campsite. And today my plan is to kind of sort of try and cover some of this ground up here, like the prairies, maybe Colossus Lake, and end up more or less back where we started right at the start of the year. I haven't got a solid route picked out though, so, you know, it's us, we might get lost.
The second to last indie stream.
Might
We'll
get
see how it
waylaid.
goes.
No, it's definitely the last one. It's going to end one way or another. And who knows where we'll go next, if we both survive. Back in your neck of the woods, are we, Vulcan? So whereabouts are you on Indy? I think Parser's in this area as well, and I know some other Wormians who are in this general area. Ruffle looking very unruffle-like today as well.
I know.
Do you want to tell us why, Ruffle? Put you on the spot now. You can stand up. Look at her. See, she's so shiny. She's so shiny. Also,
wait for it to catch up so I know what I look like.
You're not even in your usual colours as well.
I know.
It's all change. Hello, taking names. Go on.
Oh, I'm stood in front of a tree. That's not very clever, is it?
I'll
go
see
stand
you.
in the fire.
Oh, no. I'm so used to Medieval Dynasty where standing in the fire actually hurts you.
Yeah. So I was lucky enough to win a full rare Drake set at the Blackmore Impelon.
Dragon scale.
But dragon, yes, I know what I'm talking about.
A scale set.
But scale. It's a scale set. What did I say?
Dragon hide.
Drake
hide. Drake hide. Carry on.
Scale.
Carry on. Scale.
Oh no!
Look at her. She's scaly.
It's lovely. It is rare as well. It's all rare.
It is entirely rare.
And
Actually,
for guessing, there's a game where you had to guess the amount of rare foods in Shrimpy's rare food collection.
Definitely puts mine to shame.
Stored in a wagon, inside large magical chests, inside things, lots of containers stacked in containers.
Definitely
and I somehow got closest, like within a couple of hundred. Even though I would argue that my method was very like, oh, I give up this much.
You picked a nice round number as well. Like there were so many more precise numbers in there. Oh no, I believe you. I believe you had a method.
But I gave up. Everyone was there. They were all talking about, oh, you could count them, you could do this, you could do that, and everyone seemed to have all these great methods. And in the end, I'm like, I'm so sick of trying to look at this and figure it out. So I'm just going to assume there are this many large magical chests, there are this many containers in each of the chests, and each of those containers has 100 in it. Multiply. And then I just stood back while everyone continued looking at it for another 3 minutes. And then
pick an estimated average based on the number of containers you can spot in that time, rather than trying to count up the contents.
That'll do.
Like, and I love rare foods. I collect rare foods, but like my collection runs like, I don't think my collection even reaches 200. So what did Shrimpy have? Over 10,000, right?
It was, yeah, I guess 10,500.
And you were a couple of hundred off, I think. It was a lot. If anybody remembers the actual number, tell us.
This helmet wasn't part of the set, but I already had it.
Turn to your left a little bit. I'm just looking at how the helmet interacts with the mask. Oh look, she's doing a nice little pose for us as well. See, that's actually quite nice. And demonstrably fireproof. So you can't burn her for a witch. So she's not in her usual blue and cream. We can see her hair. She's got a different helm, different armour, different everything, and she's shiny all over.
So shiny.
So shiny.
I've got an alternative hat, but it's not shiny.
That's okay, you wear whatever hat you like. I assumed that you'd got your horns on for a defensive measure. So if it looked like I was coming for your leg...
And they go with the new armour, you see, which I'm really pleased. That's why I was after a rare open helm for ages. I wanted to...
Do you know what? I was after a rare open helm for ages as well. I couldn't find them on the market anywhere, and I did a quick hop around, I don't know, 4 or 5 markets last week, and I found 5 or 6 open helms on the open market now. And I think that all these people who'd been sitting on them for a rainy day, then when they hadn't sold them in that time, and we got like 2 or 3 open helm skins in the Black Friday sale, I think that maybe they all just got put on the market, because we have gone from having like none of them available anywhere to seeing them sold in trade, seeing them sold on merchants. They're fucking everywhere now, and I'm so pissed. All that time I waited for one, and now I could buy 3.
There we are. See, I dyed my adventurer hat as well.
So you did. So you did. Very good. So anyway, this is Ruffle, except no imposters. She's just had an upgrade. Visual upgrade.
So fancy.
Can't
So
upgrade the actual
shiny.
Ruffle. She's already perfect. So much unpent energy left over from the 68 stream. Maybe. Oh, Bun. Hello, Samwise. How you doing? She's having a goth phase now. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so Vulcan, you're just north of Lothlorien. I think we are going to be going that way. Let me just bring up my map again and have a look. Yeah, because I kind of wanted to drop back down towards Lothlorien Meadows, because we didn't come that way before, and I thought it might be nice to go down to Colossus Lake at some point. But I think first I'm going to go up the coast up a little bit, have a look. Then we're going to come down and go down and south about that big mountain past Lothlorien and Clayworth, I think. She says I don't have a route planned, and then she goes and plans a route, but you know, something like that, maybe.
As long as I don't have to know it, because when you discuss it, I can't see it on the screen.
I wasn't showing it on the screen. I was looking at my browser map.
I can't put the information together, so I don't know where I am, and I don't know where I'm going. Just standard for Ruffle and Worm, really.
The fire's fading, and I haven't even started cooking. Right. I'm just going to shut up for a minute and get some food, and really hope I've got some fuel here somewhere. We have 2 logs. We can sacrifice a log.
I was going to say, it's traditional that I run off and abandon you for a bit.
I mean, that is also true. You could always replenish the log while I cook a food that I've never cooked before. What's in my open helm? The potato that I just put there.
Oh, I remember where we are now. Sorry.
Sadly, the open helm is one of the few things that doesn't actually modify the image of the campfire, and we're not going to be brewing tea today because I've got something else to try on Ruffle. Ooh, I know. Wait, it shows us, so it's filtering for you memers. I wonder if that's settings that you've got on your side on Twitch, because it's certainly not filtering in the chat natively. I'm kind of surprised that gets filtered as well, but maybe I shouldn't be. Pretty sure Clayworth isn't there anymore. I'm not trying to visit it, but I just sort of, that's the direction that I'm taking.
I can just see it. I'm not getting any. It's not blocking it for me or anything.
Don't know if it's regional filters or if it's something on your particular Twitch settings where you can choose what it does and doesn't filter. Hello, Moomin. How you doing?
Hello, Moomin.
Right, I'm going to need some water. Wait. So, lore. Have I tried 100% of solids? Okay. So we want about 1 kilo of water. Somewhere. Whee, water. It's all good. I know what I'm doing. Kind of, sort of.
Good if you've got some fuel, because I won't chop a tree without being able to replace it, and so that makes it quite difficult.
Yeah. You go hunting for the sprout first. Well, I try and go hunting for something like a shriveled or a mature one as well, so I get like a log if I only need a log, because I hate leaving logs behind. We could always, I suppose now we've got a crate, we could just stick them in the crate, but did I set that for 1 kilo? I think I did. Right, let's cook us some dinner, and then we can get up and get going. And you know what? I missed the purpling. The sun is almost down. Mind you, it is setting like over there somewhere. We're on the wrong side of Indy for sundown, but we get Ceres setting instead. I think could be rising. Who knows? Not me. At least Ruffle is safe from being turned into Madoon's classic curry.
Do I need to not live next door to you? Or am I in danger?
What, from Madoon?
Yeah, that's why I spend
You
so much
might
time on
be.
Deli now, because
You
you two
might
keep
be.
threatening to eat me.
I
You
don't.
know, and I am concerned.
I
So
would never curry her, Madoon. I've been quite clear. If I ever eat Ruffle, I'm going to be rolling her in butter and herbs and roasting.
and Bun and Myra have never threatened to eat me so far.
No, but they did put you in a mine for some months, didn't they? I mean,
I think I offered.
and didn't Scooter put you in his basement for some weeks? I mean,
No, I
I'm
was only
sensing
in the
a
basement
theme.
for one night. That was one night because there was a raid, so I was
No, long
I was
before the
trapped in there.
raids. Hey, it cooked. Long
But
before the
that,
raids, I'm sure
I
you were
just
in the
didn't know my
basement.
way out.
Oh, I
had
see.
no sense
You
of
just got
direction.
lost.
It was when I had Ruffle there after she'd converted.
Wait,
so she was there doing some prayers, and so I was just trapped in the mine because I didn't know how to leave.
did you say
Or how to
Ruffle?
get back.
Is that how
Ruffle,
you
yeah.
is that how you pronounce 1F Ruffle? Ruffle.
Yeah. It
Okay.
is.
I suppose it slips off the tongue a little bit more easily than 1F Ruffle.
1F Ruffle. We've
Or,
got
you
Ruffle
know,
at home, Ruffle.
Ruffle as opposed to Ruffle.
That's what it is. It's like we've got Ruffle at home, Ruffle. It's a shop brand Ruffle.
Okay, but Madoon, that suggests that you don't have any human meat in there because it is different. Just saying. Because Ruffle isn't Ruffle. I don't know, Ruffle. It feels like it needs an E in there. But weirdly, whenever I hear on things like audiobooks, whenever I hear the word Ruffly, my brain has that as like ROOF, Ruffly, and I'm like, that's not a word. And it takes me a good few seconds every time to be like, no, there is a Ruffly that's spelt entirely different, and now it makes sense. Oh fuck! I'm gonna need something to put this in, aren't I? Let's have a look. Have I got
some clay if you want me to make a bowl?
No, I've got a pottery bowl here. I've got at least one pottery bowl here. See, my new non-stolen bowl. So pop that down there.
Gave you a bowl.
That is in fact the bowl. See? See?
Oh yeah.
I keep things that you give me.
Oh,
quite enough in there.
Nice.
I know, I'm so lovely. Nothing to fear from me. Especially not on our last Independence stream.
I heard Crim's really short of cookware, so if anyone's got any spare bowls, you should probably send them all to Crim.
Don't be mean. You horror.
I'm not being mean. I'm being so kind.
So helpful. Yours is on the floor. Where have... There you are. Okay, good. I thought you were still up a tree somewhere. Why have you got clay in your hand?
Why not?
Oh, you're making me bowls. How nice of you. Okay, so instead of brewing us something to drink, I have already brewed us something to drink. How about this? And I haven't yet unsealed it, so you're going to get the first taste of my laughably weak miracle brew, so because my beverages skill is shit.
Ruffle is dead.
You'll know why. Maybe that's why it's miracle brew. Maybe it's for, revivification or something. Look at that, quality 27. Oh well. However, I made the perfect amount for 2 cups. So now there is no more miracle brew. But there we go. So you can have whichever cup you like. Your bowl is on the floor. You could probably just eat straight out of it, You don't need to be polite. Hopefully mine is now cooked. No, not yet. Wait, have I cooked something up?
More of an insight about mind logic. No. Tasty.
It's just taking its time. What's roofing? Roofily. What's roofily? As in this. Roofily, which always sounds like roofily. Roofily. No, Madoon. Hello, Galandria. How you doing?
Roofily, like when someone's rueful.
Yeah.
But not rueful. Yeah.
Rueful as in, sorry. Sad and sorry. Right. See? But it always catches me out because my brain never passes it as like rueful. It's like it bip like roofily. It's like it's roof. Roofily, I don't know. I don't even know how you would use it in a sentence.
It laughed ruefully.
Ruffle. No, I mean if it were about roofs. Like
Oh,
what?
see, sorry.
Like what? The roof
Were you trying to be helpful?
the roof tiles glistened ruefully in the moonlight. I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, you couldn't. Anyway. It does sound wrong out loud. Thank you, Tantail. Thank you for validating me. On the plus side, to make up for my 27 quality Miracle Brew, my marine stew is coming out at 99. So that's pretty good. Don't know that I've got something to put. I suppose I could just put it in this, couldn't I? Let's just... Right, there's the rest of my dinner. Done. Done. Like magic. I've got a strawberry on my table today because I was like, I keep having exotic fruits on there, and then I was like, how about a strawberry? That's not exotic, but it's quite cheery looking. Didn't light any of my candles either.
I don't know.
Now that it's dark and we can't really see, at least the mist hasn't rolled in, I suppose we should probably pack up and get going. I can never do you a good third person in this one, but that's our Glamp Camp sign from the last one. We've now left these all over Independence. We'll leave one more before we go. But I think...
I need a gothy tent now to go with my gothy.
You do need a gothy tent, but that's going to be really expensive. Unless you went for like... Well, I suppose it's not going to be really expensive in as much as you can't dye them, but I imagine that if anybody ever manages to create a really like black adamantine colour rune, probably sell for a lot. I don't know. But you could go for like blood red. Is that gothy enough? I mean, I suppose it probably does have to be black to go in with the rest, but you could pick a colour accent. Do your tent in that. Anyway, I digress. So, we're going to pack up. We're going to get going. We're going to go back round to Cloudy's place over there, and then I think we're going to head up into... It doesn't really look like you can head up into the hills too easy there. Maybe we'll go around the coast for a little bit, and then we'll see. Because that... I'm always thrown by how hilly Indy is. And I shouldn't be. Like, I remember the big mountains, but then I'm like, it's just big mountains and then a load of lovely, like, rolling... No. It's quite steep hills. So we'll pack up. Pack up. There are, as you can see from my button, the Blackmore Christmas Impelong is still going. There are... I was going to say there are some days. There is a day left of it. Tomorrow is the last day. But so there's still a little bit of time to go and get some things imped or some stuff enchanted, whatever if you want to. There are maze runs happening from a couple of hours time, I think, or maybe a little bit longer. I think they're starting quite late tonight, like maybe sort of 1 AM for us or something. So if you're a night owl, or if you're somebody who's over the pond and so this is only the afternoon for you, there are maze runs running, several more of them, over the rest of today and the early hours of tomorrow for those of us in the EU. So there's still fun stuff to be done there. And then hopefully, by next weekend, maybe we'll have had an announcement about what we can expect for Christmas, but who knows?
Christmas.
And I might even finish to... Did you drink your...
I did.
You did. I didn't.
Repairing.
Put some pep in your step.
That too.
I'm
going to steal the bowl.
Animal husbandry. Pretty good. Also, these are getting quite damaged. I suppose I should have Olivet repair them since she's now premium for a while.
Come on, bowl. I was trying to cook my bowl, but I don't think it's going to cook in time.
Do we need to put more fuel on it? Might do. It's getting there. We'll give it another minute or two. Nearly picked up the sign. Would have kicked myself. I've got some flowers as well, so I can replant. She says, oh, there we go. So we'll replant and then we'll be on our way. Which one did the... Oh, I see. Yes, so they've done a couple. So did anybody else see which wagons went? Because I took part in the first two, but I didn't actually see what they picked. The first one, I was miles off. I was still bumbling around the maze by the time somebody ran through it, and it took us a while. The second maze run, was completed in, I think, like 3.5 minutes. And I was like 8-10 seconds behind the first person out. I was racing towards the end, and then I ran out of stamina, and I was like, no, 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 and they shot out, and I was like, fuck, well done. I find for anybody who struggles with gate mazes, and they are quite tricky, partly because you're also dealing with the lag, but also because, particularly in a mine, it can be quite easy to lose your orientation. One of the things that I find helps me a lot in those and makes me a lot less seasick is if you don't actually turn your tune. So if you face whatever direction you're aiming for, and in that maze you go into an entrance on the right hand side and you're coming back out the same side of the maze over on the left. So if in the maze you face yourself in an orientation and you're testing gates by moving more or less on the same axis, even if you do swing around a little bit, I find that much easier because the gates will open whether or not you're looking at them, and you know that every single one is a gate. So I tend to test routes staying more or less facing the direction that I know I need to be going in. Whereas if I turn around all the time, I mean, I get properly turned around so fast, and it just kind of starts to make me feel a bit queasy. God, that still hasn't baked. No. It is up to searing hot, though.
Yeah. We can take it out. We don't have to wait.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I won't go in the maze because I had such a horrible experience. Not because of the maze, just because I get really easily motion sick, and yeah,
you had a rough time in the Lunar Long maze, which was also
I did not feel good.
A gate maze.
So I had to be summoned out. And I'm just not great at mazes. They're not the thing that I'm good at, so...
There is also a way, if you get stuck in one of those mazes and you can't get summoned out, or you're determined to make your way through it, in a maze like that, you can of course also absolutely brute force it, because it is rare for a maze to be made in such a way that you can't, for example, follow the left-hand wall, because ultimately it's left that you want to come out of, and just keep testing until you find your way through. But it's a slow way to do it.
I would never think of that.
And
even though that's literally what I do in mines. When I'm in mines, I don't know my way around.
That's the classic maze maneuver, though. Follow the left-hand wall. But of course, because it's an Impelong, if you get really stuck, you can also ask somebody to summon you out. I summoned myself out because I was wanting to do other things with my time the first round when I was just bumbling about. But there we go. It's up to glowing any minute. It's all good. But yeah, so if you've gone in already and you've struggled a little bit with orientation and things, maybe try that, see if that works for you. It actually works quite well for me. It's weird when you first try it because you want to be looking where you're going.
There we go.
But in a maze that is entirely gates, actually you don't need to be looking where you're going at all. You just need to know the direction that the exit is. It's more difficult to do that in something like a hedge maze. Particularly something like the Puzzle Labyrinth, where the terrain changes all the time and you actually need to be looking for features around you. Whereas a gate maze, you're just trying to find a path through and everything is a gate. Oh, I'm up on this, but actually, if you've got it, we can snuff this now, right? Can I snuff with this? I assume I can snuff with the solar cinder as well. Yes. I like how you'd already planted underneath the campfire. So I think we're ready. Hop in. But wait. There she is. I thought I'd lost her for a minute there. Said it was starting in a few hours and then once every hour for 7 hours. Yeah. I know, I can't remember, I haven't looked at the timer recently that was ticking down on it, but it will be on the event pages, and hang on, I'll just go and pull up a link for it for anybody who wants to go.
In your heart.
Thank you. What am I looking for? Blackmore. So it has got event timers on there, but I think at the point that I did the last maze run, I was calculating when Shrimpy said they would be starting again, and it was going to be about the time that we normally finish the stream and through the early hours of the morning. So anyway, if you want to find out what's going on or have a look at the event timer, or you haven't already been to the Impelong yet and you think you might like to, there's a link just there. So. Let's take a very, very long way round. I reckon we can close that one now. Whoop! And round again.
Some mushrooms.
You found some mushrooms?
Do you want some?
You can put them in there. There's a small magical chest in there. Also, so I've only used small magical chests basically for this. I have now got one in my house, but I haven't really got around to using it yet. But something that unexpected happened, and I don't know if it's because where the magical chest is kept changed, or if it's because something weird happened with one of the resets and a whole bunch of things in magical chests just took a load of damage. But basically, all the time that the magical chest sits in this cart in my Gnar, when we're not on stream, none of the food in it has really been taking damage. Like, occasionally you get a little tick because, strictly speaking, it doesn't cancel the damage out entirely, but basically nothing. But I unloaded this cart onto my dock to free up space in my boats when I think when we were going to go build, either when we were building Cair Paravel, or actually it might have just been in preparation for this Impelong. So the cart has sat not in the boat but on my dock on deed for at least a couple of weeks, and the magical chest now, a whole load of stuff in it had taken damage, and like enough damage that like some of the food was moldy, and like a bunch of things which have for months and months and months taken nothing. It's almost like they took catch-up damage, but they didn't leave the deed outside of the boat. And all the times they've left the deed inside of the boat, it's never happened. So it's just really weird, and I don't quite know what to attribute it to. So if anybody knows, please do enlighten me.
One of my small magical chests took damage.
The chest itself?
Yeah.
So I don't think...
I had it out and about, but I didn't feel like I had it out and about long enough for it to take damage.
Yeah, and I mean, we have this one out and about, and it's yet to take damage, but the magical chest itself was fine. And I've cleared most of the stuff out now, but I must have cleared out 20, 30 items of food, including like recently foraged food, some prepared food that had sat there for ages, like dry pasta and nori and stuff like that. Some of it, like you can see, there's a couple of things that I left in here that do still have damage. Some of them were up to 80 damage or more, like including a load of fishies we'd fished up and things like that. And it's just odd because it's never happened any other time. And I don't know if it's just coincidental that it happened at the point where I took the cart that contained it out of the boat.
Yeah, I know they take damage off deed, but I think I kind of thought that would happen if they were like on the floor. But if I was just somewhere for a little while with my cart, I thought that would be fine because it's inside the container and it's not ages and ages.
They can,
and I had a similar thing where all my I had a bunch of my what's the word I'm looking for? Affinity pizzas in it, and they all took damage. I was like, ah! Because
theoretically, the chest can take damage in the cart. I never know, because food in your inventory takes damage faster, I never know if it's better to hold a magical chest of food in your inventory when you're off deed, or put it in a cart. My assumption has been it's better in the cart, because you're not getting that. That's quite cute. not getting that sort of accelerated decay from it being in your inventory. But in this case, so the only thing that had changed is the cart wasn't in a boat, but they were still on deed. It was still otherwise in all the same containers. Now, I said I was going to try for the coast, didn't I? Let's try cutting through and see if there's a coastal way round. If there's not, we'll find another route up and over.
It could be Massa, and if that's how I pay for getting the armour, then that's fine.
The thing is, though, right, if it was RNG, I would expect a few things to have taken damage every so often, instead of nothing taking damage, basically for, how long have we been doing glamping streams? A year. For a year. And then all of a sudden, for 20 or 30 things, to take anything from quite a bit to a shitload of damage all at once. That doesn't feel like the way that decay works with RNG. I don't know. You sort of... Because when you get a decay tick, for anybody who's ever watched a wall, waiting for a wall to fall, it doesn't hit all of the walls at the same time. Like,
I feel as well like I have had that small chest out more than once, and it's just one time where it took damage and the stuff in it took damage.
Which is why I wondered if it was something to do with the ways that the servers got restarted. Sometimes, sometimes there's a little bit of delay. The same thing that occasionally kills cared for creatures, where it's sort of like some things load in before other things load in that are preventative measures. And I wondered if there'd just been a little bit of a blip like that at some point with one of the server restarts. And several people had the same thing happen, but I haven't actually gone asking about it.
Of course, still not as bad as the time someone had bought a dragon egg and they'd brought it over to Indy, and then there was some sort of error with the decay system at the time, and their dragon egg hatched unexpectedly.
Are we talking about the friend along? Because it happened. Oh, this is a different one because I'm pretty sure the Friend-along had one of those events, right? Where they had, because the Friend-along for many years they'd buy in an egg or acquire an egg for the Friend-along each year, and they haven't been able to acquire one for the past few years. But they would have an egg, a dragon egg, at the Friend-along long after the eggs were producible, just by finding one that somebody's got in storage, so that they could hold the dragon slaying at the Friend-along. And I think one year it hatched early. It popped out unexpectedly. But I don't know. I wasn't there for that one, so that's me hearing kind of secondhand. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. If any of you actually were there, I'd like to hear the story from someone who was there firsthand. Oh, do you know what? I don't think I've ever seen those on a slope.
Quite.
I'm just sort of. Do you know what? I don't actually know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. Of course, I don't know where I'm going. I think I don't want to go inland at this point. I think I want to try and follow the coast around, don't I? We'll see. We'll see. It might all go horribly wrong. We might end up swimming. We're just doubling back on ourselves. I do like rope bridges between towers, you know. I wish we saw this more. I always think it's a nice design feature. Nope, can't get down there either. Can I get through?
I like the pink on that unicorn. That's nice.
Pink.
Behind, we just went past it. It's just got a nice pink on it.
Oh, I see.
It's a nice, like, it's not how would you describe
It's
that?
sort of a dusky pink, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the word.
Because so many pinks are like kind of quite garish or bright pink. And it's sort of like a dusky rose sort of a colour. Yeah, that's pretty. I like that as well, actually. I don't think I've ever seen that before, like using a campfire as sort of like curb edging for a flower display. And this one obviously centered around a token. That's nice. So can we make our way?
This is a nice place.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe we can go this way. Maybe we're all right. Wolf, okay.
It's got a cozy vibe.
It does have a cozy vibe. They've got. I was gonna say they've got pink boys as well, but it's not. It's just a barrel, a barrel around a spirit house. So Wolf, happened was the egg was on an LMC, and then it wasn't, and then there was a dragon on the loose.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, it's Cloudies, of course.
Yeah. It's the one that we dipped into at the end of the last stream, so we got to look at some of the stuff on the upper level. We didn't get to explore the stuff on the coast so much. So for anybody who wasn't here right at the start, so we're currently just here up in the northeast side of Indy. We're going to head up around the coast, do a little bit of exploring around the prairies, and then instead of cutting straight across, I'm actually going to try and bring us back down towards Colossus Lake, round and then back up. Maybe that's loosely my plan anyway. Did a GM nudge it off the chair? No, there would be an outcry. Fuck these. Whoops. Just Pomona dead-eyeing somebody while she's like. Can you imagine the outcry? Something that valuable. For somebody to just nudge it. I don't know the mechanics of how those were hatched. Did you have to keep them? Did you have to keep them on ice to stop them maturing, or something? I feel like there was some mechanics involved in sort of like stopping your eggs from hatching, or was it just literally pop it on an LMC?
No idea.
No, I don't know either. So where are we?
I just remember someone being very angry about it hatching early.
So we're at a deed called Athos. Hang on, let's just see whose it is. I'm not going to try and pronounce that, but I do know that name. They've got some nice wagons here as well. Also, I saw just on the map, just from looking at the one of the community maps, I saw what looked like a really interesting high bridgeway, which I'm going to try and take us via, because I want to see what it actually looks like on the map. It was just an interesting bit of terrain by the looks of it. It might not be bridges at all, but we'll see. We'll see when we go over there. Gretchen the big kitty. What's it doing on the grass, Precious?
well, you know. Sometimes you build a boat and then you're like, it can just stay there for a while.
We'll just leave it on the lawn. It's fine. It's fine. Never mind. How am I going to get it off my lawn? Yeah. Well, I mean, it was so at the friend along, it was caught for a finale event in particular. So, but also, yes, you know, you I don't know if it was user error. I don't know if it was just something to do with game RNG and it happening unexpectedly. I don't know if there was a glitch or what, but it happened. It happened. Not a water source. You know what? We'll just carry on. I just spotted the rare lib up there. All these fancy rare colossuses.
Oh, these bridge pots are named after meditation questions and things that you get when you're meditating. You think about sunshine.
So they are. Is it all a particular path, or is this just because certain paths get certain thoughts, right?
I think they might.
And some are all path ones. I don't know. That's actually not something I've sort of stopped to look at. I'm just kind of conscious that sometimes on different paths I've gotten things I've never seen before. You meditate upon the power of the bear.
You feel like laughing like a donkey.
I would laugh if, like, most of these were actual meditation thoughts, and then there's a couple of just whimsical ones that aren't at all thrown in just to throw people off to be like, I've never got that one. How'd you get that one? Because that is exactly what I would do.
Can anyone confirm which path gives you feel like laughing like a donkey?
I mean, I'm assuming Path of Insanity.
I mean, I could check, but that's not fun, you know.
Okay, so Cove says next maze is going to be in about an hour and a half. There you go. And then running every hour-ish past that point. And if you want to go to the Blackmoor Impelong, it is just down on this island down here. So on the north side of this island, we will be getting summoned back there after this, because we're going to be finishing up still up in the north when we finish our stream. But it is a very easy border hop from most places, or a double border hop if needs be, because it's right on a corner. Now, there's a lack of a road, but it looks like we can get to the next place through here. I just really hope we're not going to encounter one of those bits of a map. It looks like you can get past and then it's like fenced off right up to the water's edge and you're like, fuck! God damn it! Should probably drink something, though. Can we drink from this one? Yes.
I'm drinking from that. I've got my imping water in my tool belt that I could drink at any time.
Yeah, you could drink from a fountain, or you could drink from your imping water.
Imping water's so tasty. Like, it's got that extra flavour.
Yeah, all that extra iron, you know. Tastes a little bit like blood. A little bit coppery. You see nothing. Right, let me just go catch up on chat, because I think I missed some stuff further back. So, yes, I was asking about wagons. It is an enormous strawberry madoon. It's clearly just, you know, a proper, you know... Sometimes, though, you do get that, though, right? Strawberry plants, they'll produce not very many strawberries, but they'll be huge. And I don't know if you've ever tried growing strawberries, but sometimes you do just get, like, this tiny little plant laden with 2 or 3 really big strawberries. And it always makes me laugh with little fruit trees as well, because you can grow some fruit trees indoors in pots. And so you can have this really quite small tree, and when it starts fruiting, it still produces a full-size apple or peach or whatever it is that you're growing on this tiny little tree that's just like laden with like 1 or 2 really, really big, heavy fruit that it looks so proud of. I think it's just like that. It's just one of those kinds of strawberries, you know. So, right, I was just going. So one got a pandemonium wagon. And the other one was a rare freedom wagon in Thorn. Nice. So they have got a bunch of PMK wagons. Those are the prizes. And evidently some other kinds of wagons there as well. Those are the prizes for the maze runs. So each time they run it, the first person out, I assume, gets to choose one of the remaining wagons on offer. And I think they're all out on display as well, so you can go and see. There's no road, but there's helpfully flattened out land, she says. So I think we'll be all right.
The only way I would win a maze thing is if someone, like, literally led me around it.
Just use a halter rope.
Yeah.
Lead Ruffle round behind you, and then when you get to the last bit, just push her through the gate. Be like, ta-da!
Yes, that's the only way I would win that.
It works. I wasn't hours ago, Madoon. I was just going and catching up.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you for the follow, Palantra. Do you know what? I have a... Not a spidey sense, I have a fear. I have a fear that we're going to come unstuck. That we're going to come unstuck somewhere here. At least when there's a road, you know that it probably goes somewhere, but it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's probably going to be fine. It's getting a little bit hairy. Sometimes there are mishaps. Like, when a GM spawns, what they spawn is actually sort of like a little bit of a radius, which is how we keep, at the Blackmoor Impelong, for example, getting things accidentally spawned into the thorns. It's not, I don't think, that a GM has misclicked. It's that they spawn an area and some of the spawns fall outside of that, outside of the fences in that particular area. Oh, shit. Hang on. Wait, no, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. No, but I tell you what we have done before is we've proven that I can be the horse. I can be the horse with the large cart. I managed to pull Ruffle and Bun in a laden cart with a few crates in it. Like, pull that around. We were testing that on Delhi. It was the same day I set fire to it, I think.
I am a weakling. It is known.
Although you were able to do it, weren't you able to do it if we took the crates out? It's just I could do it with the crates in. You could do it with the crates out, I think.
Oh yeah, if you make it really light.
Well, in fairness, I think we found that out because we found that even a brand new toon with no body strength could pull a cart with people in, so long as it didn't also have crates in. I think that was
as strong as a brand new toon.
Apparently, we are in Bit Legion. Oh, there is actually a something up there.
A something?
Yeah, building. Because it looked like there was just a load of abandoned stuff, and then I looked up and I was like, no, look, there's actual buildings. Work in progress, back entrance. No, let's keep going around. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I could have eaten that strawberry as well. I'm hoping, if we get it right, I'm hoping we might be able to find our way all the way back to the old Samling Memorial site, which is not quite where we started our first stream, but which was the very first thing that we went hunting for. Because we were having a conversation, I can't remember where. Stablam, was it on your stream? Somewhere recently we were having a conversation about Samling. Or it might have been one of the quiz questions. I think actually that was it. One of Nirav's quiz questions at the Blackmoor in Pelong, I think, was around sort of the Indies original start town. So we got talking about Samling recently, and I thought it might be quite nice if we can find our way back, if we can now remember a year on how we found our way to it in the first place. And I think we probably can. I think I more or less remember the way. If we can get all the way back over and up there, we'll see. I'm not going to brave their back entrance, no Madoon, because I'm not entirely sure that there won't have been a horrible collapse. And I don't really want to. Oh, fuck it. Let's fight this. Nobody wants to get halfway up the back passage and then find their passage is blocked. So, you know, I regret it as soon as I said it. Sorry, Ruffle.
I kind of missed it, so you're alright.
Good. Just don't.
I was too busy Googling the numbers.
Which numbers? Do you mean the numbers on that building?
The building.
Yeah. I'm not going to Google things, she says, because that would be no fun. Tell me I've got a weapon equipped and I'm not hitting it with like a carrot or something. No, I am.
I didn't want to look up the meditation question in case someone knew.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. No, Bun. No, we never said it. It never happened.
What? Someone tell me what I missed.
Gross, accidental jokes that turned out to be more. You know me. Like I talk and then my brain kicks in and I'm like, oh, shit. Yeah, that's how that goes. Also, apparently we're in cherry season, so any foresters out there?
I came up with a classic the other day, but I can't remember what it was.
Classic clanger. Oh, fuck. Okay, now we can't go further round. Look at that.
Did a swimmy swim.
Although, maybe we can. Maybe we can through the marsh. Wait. Oh. No, we cannot.
Get out then.
One slope down. Oh, you sod. But for one dirt we could. The trouble is, no, look, because it drops off over there. You can't. You can't. And we've got a spider friend following.
But we can fix that.
We'll go up and round. We'll fix it, especially if I'm not still fighting a croc.
If you all hear singing in the background at any point, it's because it's Mr. Ruffle singing every time he walks.
Was he going to be singing?
I don't know what he's singing.
Is it going to be Carmen? Are we going to
be.
get all in sort of, you know, withdrawal from Calvert's sound alerts? Just have to make our own versions of them live on stream.
Oh, crocodile.
Yeah, that's the one that was trying to snap at me before. Is he singing show tunes? Can we put in requests? Inquiring minds would like to know. It's called the loop back address. I would be really, really kind of reluctant to put an IP address of unknown origin into my browser just to see. So I'm glad that somebody else did. Well done, Ruffle.
Well, I didn't know it was an IP address.
You were just Googling it to see, does this number mean anything? I haven't been burying these either. Yeah, shit. Thanks, Bun. Precisely. I'm being very good and I'm not getting my sickle out. Because I don't need pockets this full of cherries, tempting though it is.
Are you
Also...
sure?
No, I'm not sure. But we'll be here for forever if I start. Because that's why my forestry is in the 70s to begin with, not because I need fruits, but because I'm like, oh, it's so gemmy. So's that one. Oh, look, another one. Another lemon tree. Well, it found the troll. Now, the question is there going to be a way up and over? Do you know what? We might have to... Yeah, he is quite big, isn't he? Maybe this way will take us up and over? We'll find out. I'm going to get to the top of this, now I'm going to turn around so we can fight him, so he's on a slope lower than us, rather than have him looming. Yeah, it looks like we can probably take this up and round, although I don't know for how far. I like how even up a slope he's like head height. And because I've got company, I'm going to stay with my longsword because I need to stop chickening out back to my large maul whenever I fight something harder, or this is never going to get skilled up. Look at his schnoz. So big.
I need to skill up my sword and shield, really. I'm not awful at longsword. I'm just not good at it.
I feel like with that helm as well, you should get a headbutt special move.
I should.
Also, I've got a shield and I've never used shield bash. I don't even know if shield bash is available to me yet. It's not... I'm skilling them up, but I'm not actually learning how to use them yet. Like, I don't taunt, don't shield bash, if I can even shield bash. I'm also not terribly good at keeping them in good repair, which I should be. Although, not looking too bad. Am I going to get all the way up this and then find it's a dead end, like that it leads to a mine? Hopefully not. In fact, it looks like it might be, if not widening out, at least gaining some kind of a pattern. We've got a sly troll now. Is that a dinky one? Oh, look, it is a dinky one. He's so small. He's a diddy one. Troll country. Clearly. So aside from Ruffle, has anybody else gained anything exciting in this past week? Or done anything exciting in Worm? I was away for 2 days of training. Thursday, Friday, so I took a little bit of a break in the middle. But we did count that I'm up to something like 40 creatures rescued from this Impelong. maybe more.
It's
So
a busy one. It really has been a busy one.
it's been a busy one. It's been a busy one, and it's been a busy one for passives as well, which are so easy to just stick in a spare pocket. When you're relying on having to tame them all, it slows me down, not considerably, but an amount at least.
Fun.
Oh no, Bun! What did you do? What did you do? Oh, I see. You have been doing a lot of imping, it's true, and enchanting as well. And Myra's been doing some wonderful enchanting work this week as well. Not enchanting, imping work this week. She's imped up my bow, she's imped up my rare chessboard, she's imped up a load of my arrow bundles, my war arrows. I soloed a goblin camp this week, just to see if I could. And I've got to tell you, I don't recommend it. I lost a horse, I died once. Both of those things, in fairness, happened trying to figure out how you would solo a goblin camp until I figured out my method. But also, it took me some hours. It took me at least 2 night cycles and I think 1.5 day cycles. So it did take some time. And this wasn't a big one either. This was a 2-tower camp, but it had 2 medics, and that's what slowed me down for the first hour. Because it's very hard to take out the first medic from a distance because the other one heals it faster than you can hurt it. And it's very hard to take it out without backup in melee because everything swarms you at once. And when I finally managed to sort of break the back of it and get my in, what I did was I went away from the camp, even though I'd activated the camp during the daytime. I went far enough away from the camp as the sun was going down that the goblins all then went to sleep. So I figured out kind of the distance that I have to go from a camp to make them disengage, although it varies as well. That's not consistent. But I went far enough away that the goblins then put themselves to sleep, and then I snuck back to the camp, lockpicked one of the gates, spotted one of the medics, and essentially made a beeline for him and got him half dead before the rest of them woke up, so that I was able to finish him and crawl back out the gate on like 5% health. But with one medic down, it then made it easier to do the rest. So then I could go and pick the other medic off, because they don't seem to, either they don't heal themselves, or maybe it's just you're interrupting their heals all the time you're shooting them. So if you encounter a goblin camp and you're trying to take it on by yourself, not that I would recommend it, or with a small party, it does pay off to just spend a little bit of time scouting, preferably with a spyglass if you've got one, to count how many medics there are in the camp. Because you might be lucky and find a camp with only one, which makes it much easier to go in, but if they've got more than one, that's when it gets tricky. I imagine if you had 2 or 3 people there with bows, all targeting the same medic, you could more easily take it out faster than it can be healed. But one person with a bow, or at least one person with a bow at my skill, in fairness. A very skilled archer might do differently. But I'm not great at lockpicking, and I'm not great at archery. Like, my skills are both low to middling. But I still managed it. Just about. I think we're going to keep going up. I can see the scorpion down there, but I don't think we want to go back down. Not sure that's going to help us at all. No idea where we're going to end up when we get up to wherever up is. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll figure it out. You killed a deer in subsistence and a bear took it and used it as a beach ball and then ate it. Wait, I'm sorry, what? What is subsistence? Give me some context first. My shield could need a tinker bun. It's down below 70 now. Maybe I should pop it in. I think, in fairness, if we got it up to 80, I think this was one of the things I got imped at the start of this imp along. I wouldn't swear to it though. Vulcan, you've been organising your junk on Indie. You've got your original 50 kilo anvil. What are you laughing at? Hello, buddy.
I'm very childish.
What? Something I said or something they said?
I'm really sorry. I was laughing at the phrase organising your junk.
At least he didn't say rearranging his junk, you know.
I'm so sorry.
So, does anybody know, out of interest, I know that Bratty's had this project to go and try and imp up a load of the original 50 kilogram anvils and get them back to their original owners where possible. Does anybody know at what point that changed? Like, what's the cutoff where anvils got reweighted? I found something else the other day that I had in 2 different weights. I can't remember what it was, but it threw me off because I was trying to count things. And the weight seemed to be off, and I'm struggling now to think what it would have been. But so I think the item weights of several things have changed. I don't know if they all changed together in one big overhaul, or if it's something that's sort of, chipped away. Certain things have changed at different times. It would help if I could remember what that thing was, but I can't, so... You've got an old school saucepan. Ruffle? Cool.
As I say, I don't know when it changed, but I did find when I was like visiting where my old deed used to be on India, I did find in Beres's house. There's a old, because I checked it, I'm like, I wonder if that's an old anvil, and it's 50k, and it's got my creator tag on it.
So you found effectively your 50k, or at least one of your 50k anvils.
Yeah.
You don't remember when it changed. You think after Indie. So, oh wait, you think after Indie launched. So, as in, we think it's not that they were brought over to Indie, but actually at some point in Indie's early years, maybe. Okay, where have we got to? Stan's house, warehouse. Okay, let's go look. You know how I was like, hey, we could go and explore the prairies. I'm sure that's going to be pretty. It's looking a bit bleak up here. Hang on, let me close these. I don't need these open. Let's just go and have a look. And then we'll go see what that is. This is the prairies. Is this the prairies? Okay, so we're up in this little bit of tundra just up here at the moment. I think actually the prairies is a bit further over. But I'm just going to bring up my Indie map and have a look so I can orient myself a bit better. Nope, this is the prairies, apparently. Or rather, the prairies are a little bit further down that way, like over there. I seem to remember somebody telling me that in the prairies was where Willow built one of her, because I think there's been more than one, although I don't know if they're all Willows, one of her terracotta armies. I seem to remember somebody, possibly Zallo, telling me about a terracotta army in the prairies back in the days. I mean, long gone now, you'd imagine. But this is this is quite wide open.
It's lots of space.
There's nothing on it. I don't think I've seen a tundra this big on any of the other servers, but then, this is Indie. You think they were still creatable for a tile after
there, or is it goblin camps?
Is where?
Far southwest. I don't know if it's a lit road or a goblin camp. A bit more west.
Well, that's a hellscorp.
A bit more west.
More west. A bit more west. Bit more west. Okay, sorry. I think that's got to be a lit road. The length of it. It looks too long for a goblin camp, but it's weird that we're seeing more lights blinking into existence, so I think it must be a road.
I couldn't see any. I could only see them on one concentrated bit. I think it's maybe because the landscape dips.
Yeah, I think you're right. This goblin camp that I found, by the way, I don't like. I mean, I did do a look around first to see if I could sort of drum up any support, but it spawned right outside Brambleheim. So I was out botanizing, like, just outside my own perimeter, and then I turned around and I saw smoke rising and flames, and I was like, oh, hello. So it was not far from my deed at all.
It's just streetlights.
Just streetlights. Okay.
That for some reason are just on one little spot and not the whole road.
By the old Terracotta Army dig site. Wait, what do you mean by the old what dig site? What is there? Is there something there now to mark the site of it or something? So Madoon, your old school saucepan, what's the difference between then and now? Is it a different capacity? Different weight? I know we've got some older materials as well where, like, the material type has changed. And those ones are a little bit harder to track where those things have changed. It's saucier. Holds less. Okay. Oh, Wolf, you dropped us a link. Super. Let me go and just pop that one in. Have a look. Da-da. Okay. So it is indeed in the prairies. Let's go. See what this deed is. I don't know that we'll be able to get into it. No, but what is it? Castel Gandolfo, apparently. So at least now we know where we are on the map. So, does anybody know, is Old Salty Coast and or Salty Coast something worth us going and seeing? Because at some point I do want to cut down across the prairies, and we might as well go and try and cut past the place that Wolf's just linked to, and see if we can cross through where that is. I don't know if there's anything there, but of course, as with so many maps, sometimes there's things on the map which actually haven't been there for a long time, or sometimes things that have stood on there for a long time. And it's one of those things where somebody put a load of upkeep in their deed, but the deed hasn't actually changed in kind of years and years and years. So it's sort of like it's been a long-standing deed on a map, but it's actually still just like a little hamlet or something that just has a very long history. Wait, that doesn't look right. Let me try that one again. So, Salty Coast. I don't know. Maybe you guys went to that mirror. I didn't.
I have a feeling that the deed that fell. I think it's down. I don't think it's. Right, it's still showing on worm notes at Cotton.
Because we could either go across and try and find, just have a look at those. Maybe we'll go and get high ground and just see what we can see over that way and over this way, and then we'll choose. But in either case, it's really just whether we keep carrying along the coast for a bit to see what we can see, or if we start cutting down across the tundra here. Look at that lovely night sky. I was going to say not a moon in it, but no, there's Valray. It's just the others that are hiding. Woo! Hello. That's quite severe terraforming. So I mean, there is this highway goes somewhere. Tell you what, making Miracle Brew has finally given me the kick up the backside that I needed. That, and in fairness, I got some motivation from Epic to carry on grinding botany and foraging, and it's, as you know, very rare for me to grind any skill in this, but I want to get it up to 80 because 80 seems to be the sweet spot where you start getting interesting stuff. More interesting stuff. I'm already getting some interesting bits occasionally at 70 skill, but I think 80 tends to be the point where you unlock. That looks like an ex-goblin camp. Hang on. She gets waylaid because I can see tents.
Yeah, it does.
Do you want to go lockpick some tents? Might take a while though.
We can go and try.
There's a bone shrine still there. I imagine pretty much all the rest of the stuff has gone, but we might as well go look because you know us, we like wombling.
We do.
We do. We love a womble. So I didn't. No, I had it, Madoon. It's just that all the time that we were doing those experiments, we thought it was a starberry and it wasn't. But I only had one. I had precisely one, and I went through all of my cupboards being like, I'm sure I had some more of these, and then I found apparently the last and only one that I had on display in one of my LMCs in the archaeology den, and I was like, I knew I had at least one. Unfortunately, the other ones of that I had, I'm pretty sure I had put out as display because they are pretty, and they've probably just rotted away with time. So the only way I'm going to get more of it, short of camping on a wishing tree and being quite lucky, is going to be by botanizing or foraging it up. But also, it's not just that. I mean, I would like to get some more of those. And the wishing trees have not been playing ball and not spawning that often recently, to be honest. But also, I'm interested in the other just kind of like weird and quirky shit that you can get out of that skill, and I'm so close I can taste it. So I figure this might be one of those things that I do actually want to go doing a bit of grinding for. So what have we got? Very poor quality lock on that one. Oh, 55 damage though. This has been here a while. I wonder if we've now got to that point where everybody who really wanted a crude tent has got a crude tent, and so they're just one of the easy things, like, because you have to lockpick them separately.
If anyone would like it, it's damaged, but it'll be fine on deed if you wanted it for show.
We could also mend it. I've got my Vin priest over at the Impalong, so we could do them. Does anybody want to bone
Not a lot of luck with mending goblin items.
Huh? What, you can't
but
mend?
maybe I was trying to do ones you can't pick up. I'm not sure. I feel like there was something that I couldn't use mend on, but
I haven't tried on them, in fairness. My assumption is that you should be able to mend them, though, because you can mend normal tents, right? But I think, like, Dispel, do you have to be able to hold the item to mend? I'm not sure I've ever tried it on something bigger. So the shrine is also not repairable and damaged, but there is a spare shrine. Well, we've apparently got room in the cart for, so fuck it, we're having a damaged shrine. You can't... Wait, you can't mend tents. Can you not, Bun?
you can. You can mend tents.
Yeah. I was sure you could mend tents.
You can. So the important thing
Somebody
is
check.
that they can't be locked.
So it has to be unlocked in your inventory, basically, and then you can mend it, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I did Tails.
Yeah.
I've done several of mine.
Well, maybe if we manage to pick, you know what, I should help instead of just standing around and observing, shouldn't I? If we manage to pick one of these, we'll go and see if we can mend it, and then we can let you know whether or not you can actually mend one of these. Unfortunately, I'm not carrying any of my good picks.
Yeah, not a starter tent, no, but I don't think you can mend any of the starter stuff. So
yeah. I think that's right. I've never tried mending starter stuff, but my assumption is that those can't be. So maybe that is the difference. But of course, if you make an explorer tent, it looks just like a starter tent. Just doesn't have the tag. Look at the state of these. These are my practice picks that I've been doing my... Oh shit, I meant to be doing lockpicking practice. And I keep forgetting. I'm carrying this bloody chest round with spare padlocks and a bunch of lockpicks. There we go, there's my skill tick. And I just... It's not exactly light to carry around, and I shouldn't be using my shit ones. I should be using one of the... Well, they're all shit, but you know...
I can't pick this lock to save my life.
Shouldn't be using one of the shittiest ones. We'll give this one a few goes and then maybe we'll give up. I mean, in fairness, I've also got, I think I've probably now got a couple of spare crude tents because I picked up 3 from the goblin site that spawned, the goblin camp that spawned outside of Brambleheim, and I already had a couple of tents. I don't really need loads more. So if anybody would really like one, and you're on the Southern Freedom Isles, obviously, I could probably give you a crude tent because I think I've got some. Starter tent is 0.5. Yeah, well, the normal is 3. Yeah, the starter items have got some bonuses, but they're counterbalanced. And unlike some of the starter items, which you can turn into other things, you can't do that with a starter tent. My point was, Bun, not that they are the same, but that they look the same. So you might have been trying on a tent, not realising it was a starter tent. If that was part of the problem. Getting very warm. I've just turned my volume down. There we go. I can hear myself again. So, okay, so that's actually quite a good landmark, that really weirdly terraformed bit of land. I don't quite know what that's about. But for finding our way down towards wherever the Terracotta Army was. So, Wolf, I know you dropped the link in. Sorry, what was that?
I said we're so good at lockpicking.
And remembering to pick again. Tell you what, though, I'm finally getting the knack of archery. Like, I mean, not completely. I've still got a way to go, but archery is so finicky to do. You've just done it. She's done it.
Got it.
She's done it.
Would anyone?
Would anybody like one?
A tent.
Archery is so finicky to do in terms of also like your placement as well. Like I was at elevation, I should have been able to get a clear shot, and it kept telling me I couldn't get a clear shot, and I moved like a step to the right, and then it was fine and things. So it's really finicky about where you're standing, obviously about the amount of input that it needs from you to do. You've got to have the bow activated, and you've got to be clicking shoot every time and keeping an eye on where your arrows are and which ones it's taking them out of, and it's all a bit messy, but I'm finally getting the hang of it. Right, when this one goes, we'll go. You're surprised you didn't do archery years ago. Well, you know what? It's one of those things that I kept meaning to do and just never quite got round to. But I think in a way we probably picked the right time to do it, because on the one hand, while it would have been nice to go into something like Goblin Camps already having the skill, because there's now a lot of people also trying to skill it, there's also a lot more discussion about how you skill it, and there's more access to things like enchanted and imped arrows and things if you want to buy those if you haven't got any fletching or don't want to skill fletching. And so I think it's more accessible right now, even though they haven't done anything with archery, just because it's being a thing that a lot of people are skilling right now. It makes it an easier time to get into archery, I think. So what is it you've just tried to mend, Bun? Is that a starter tent? Is that one of the goblin tents? It might be that you can't mend these because they're crude. Are
That's
they?
true.
They're crude tents, so they behave therefore like crude weapons and things, which I think can't be. I assume can't be mended. I don't think I've actually tried. Just going to go and check us.
Is it locked, Bun?
On a map? Where are we?
Yeah, it has to be unlocked.
Okay. So I think we want to be kind of level with the end of this road and then just head directly south, looking at Wolf's Pin. Your military tent, yes, yeah. Yeah, so as Ruffle says, has to be unlocked. It's also so rare that I'm in the tundra that I'm always like, is it lingonberry season? Can I have some now? No, it's never lingonberry season when I want to. When I'm in a tundra with pocket space to spare. I hear owls. Also, I'm getting a really weird graphical effect where there's like, I assume floating shrubs or something where like the horizon line isn't rendering in properly, but I can just see these little floating blips. Alright, so didn't really need to go all the way up there, but I think we're going just kind of south from here. Bye-bye, Scorps. I'm gonna make a fast getaway! Bye-bye, Scorps! And then she gets stuck on every bit of terrain on the way back down. Whoops.
I always find that I can ride up something very easy, and as soon as I have to run away because I'm going to die, it's like I hit every single bump where you can't pass.
It's almost like our judgment for slopes going up is better than our judgment for slopes going down, but also sometimes I think it's just sod's law, like this, for example. Also, when you've been on a slope for a while, it's like your brain starts to adjust for the slope, so it feels like you're on a far less steep slope than you are, and this catches Calvert and I out. There's another goblin camp remains up there. This catches Calvert and I out when we're up mountains and things, where because you've been on an incline for a while, if it then gets a little bit less of an incline, you feel like you're coming onto a flattish bit, and you're not. It's just like your brain has compensated for you being on an incline the whole time. Yeah, that looks like. I mean, it could be crude fences from something else, but we just assume now that all crude fences are remains of goblin camps. I am, however, veering off my target a little bit, I think. Yeah, so we want to be going this way.
You never know what people have abandoned.
So this sort of Terracotta Army dig site, are we expecting to see anything there? Is there something we should be looking for, or is that just approximately where it was? Yeah, there you go. It was the remains of a goblin camp. There is one lone goblin skull pole. Do you want it?
Sure.
It's probably quite damaged. You don't have to have it.
No.
Just, since it's there. Oh, there's arrows. There's arrows. Ruffle! Arrows! We've added a new thing to our wombling. Yoink! They're probably... Oh, well. Oh, they're high quality ones. They're just a bit damaged. 11 hunting arrows, 2 war arrows. Kind of makes me want to... Do you know what? We didn't scour the other one for leftover arrows, or at least I didn't. It's nice when they pile up, but sometimes when you don't have mixed types, the arrow pile itself is not a box pile, and so it's a little bit harder to spot. Like sometimes you just see them sticking out of the grass at odd angles. But I'm not seeing any others. It is also quite common for them all to be clustered in a couple of places, because obviously you tend to get a lot of them below towers and in whatever corner everything went running to. Okay, so is that what we're looking for down here? You're not. Wait, you're not ever naughty. What? Hello, Zetran. How you doing? Bun, say something naughty so we can test out Mima's filter. Well, Bun tells me that if Bun and Ruffle ever get the B stream up and running, Bun is going to be so unfiltered we're not going to know what's hit us. So we can definitely test out Mima's filter then. I did tell him that he could be as unfiltered as he liked on mine, so long as he filtered out his bodily functions, please and thank you. What is? There we go. Replica Terracotta Army. Somehow I imagined it would be bigger, though. Like, how many statues were here? Does anybody know? Does this tell us, in fact? What does it say? Solo project by the first crafter of Worm, Willow, who is now our head GM. Willow fondly recalls the time spent uncovering the statues, visited by the mysterious Epona. Even the walls have gone. Bun is Canadian. No, Bun is not Canadian. That tiled area is all that's left. I mean, in fairness, it's not so much the swearing, it's the lewdness that you've got to watch out for. I don't know if anybody caught the... There's a Stitch statue down here as well. I don't know if anybody caught the tail end of the last stream. I know some of you will have. At the Blackmoor Impalong last week, but I don't know how long I was standing there before I realised that Bun had positioned himself in a very rude position while I was waffling away at the tail end of the stream.
You should repair this car.
Yeah, I was also just going to go and have a look at the statue and see if that needed repairing as well. And we should look at that fantastic sign, because as we know, some of them seem to be protected from decay and some of them don't, and I don't know if it's to do with which ones are on kind of GM protected sites, or if actually it's something that they can put on things but just haven't put on everything. So, repair that as well while we're here. Are you in? Are you out? No, you're out.
I nearly got in the wrong cart then.
Let's just go check the sign as well. And look at that, the sun's about to come up. Someone was Canadian. We've got a few Canadians. It's just Bun's not one of them. So let's go and have a look at this.
Is the nymph all right?
So there were 9 or so nymphs on each tile. Wait, really? I see. Do you know what? Whenever I heard about the Terracotta Army, my assumption... It's not damaged. That one's fine. My assumption was always that the Terracotta Army was a Colossus army, which is why I was like, this is smaller than I imagined. Because I thought we were talking like... Because Willow's also a Colossus builder. Okay, well that makes more sense. Were they dyed? Or were they just like this one? She's damaged though. Let's repair her as well. And of course I'm in the ditch for the sunrise. Because of course I am. In you hop. Whoop! Nope, yep, there she is. Nearly drove you into a cave. So is there not a statue limit on tiles? Like, I've never tried it. I suppose there's things like the lake that Calvin and I went to visit with all of like the eerie statues. But even those weren't that dense. What? Just sounds like the sort of thing Calvert would like. Hey! I did not fall over it, Fibs. It lies. It is not true. And unfortunately, even if I was zoomed out, you wouldn't see it on my screen because you don't see your own animations. But you only had stone statues. Don't remember them being dyed. Close enough. No, see, there's nothing in my event window. I think you're fibbing. Hopeful. Where did you even find snowballs? Is that what you... Oh, that's what you were rustling at. No wonder you scurried off and giggled to yourself.
I
Snowball.
giggled when I threw it and you fell over.
Okay, but you didn't sing a football chant at me, so that's something.
Should I?
Do any of you know how many there were there in total then? Was it like every tile had... Well, so what is that? That's what, 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 by something? 9 by 5, 9 by 6 maybe? 4. It's a meagre amount. Oh. Apparently I accidentally put Ruffle on vibrate again.
Cha-ching! Take my money.
I'm just going to leave her there for a minute as punishment. We'll just, you know, it's like when you get one of those kitchen gadgets that you can use to do your morning milk. I don't have one, but I've seen them go, right, where they'll just like jitter up your stuff, put you on vibrate, and yet she just keeps ringing. Although actually, you haven't got any bells on you, or have you? I haven't heard any bells today, or have you? Is this how I'm finishing her off? No, this is just how I'm, you know, softening her up. She has got bells. That's just me softening her up. That's just me making sure that she's nice and, you know, well blended. But I don't know. I don't know. No, it was really just me getting my own back for the snowball, which I was going to throw at her. I did that thing. I can't even remember who accused me of it, but like I think it's because often when we're driving, I'm looking down at the floor to see what the terrain is like, and so when I pan around, we just end up sometimes a little lower than intended.
I can enact my revenge, you know.
What, with more snowballs?
No, I have something better than that.
Oh no! Nope. Nope. Do not like. No, thank you. You've taken up smoking, have you? Do you know what? I have no fucking clue where I'm going. I'm just trying to navigate my way out of this hole. Oh, you can drive. Oh, there's a source spring over there. Get it, get it. Do you know what? Source springs are so underwhelming now. I don't mind that. I don't mind at all that they made it so that they're one use and then they disappear. I just wish that you got more in that one use. Because you're like, oh, a source spring, and then you're like, oh, that's not much. Did you just drink my my sauce? Where I was like, they're so rare, and then it vanished. Wow,
that just happened.
Yeah, it just bamfed out of existence. It was just random misfortune. I'm not even fighting this Scorp. Let's start with Scorp, because the wolf will keep. That was terrible, Wendell. Oh, I see, Wolf. So you never saw the original one, and it got reconstructed. Gotcha. I'm sad that I missed all the treasure hunts on Indie. Like, I heard about things like Enki's treasure hunts. I haven't got any stamina, and that's hurting. I'm gonna try so hard not to switch to my maul. It's the sort of behaviour you'd expect from somebody, wearing one of those helms. Ow! 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 What the? Rude. Look what it did to me. It brutalised me.
Ooh, you're a bit red.
I am a bit red. Everybody's being mean to me, including Ruffle.
I need to heal you.
I might need a no. I might need a rescue. I'm sure I've got cotton here because I've been healing myself on an awful week. Eshri died twice in quick succession in the arena, the second time trying to retrieve her body from the first death. I've died in a goblin camp. It's been a bit of a week. I've got quite a lot of holes, so to speak.
That's the worst one, because I
Thank
want
you
you to die.
Oh, see, she does care. Well, she just doesn't want to drive the cart herself.
No.
2 silver citizens
I
brain
bought a snowman head just to annoy you.
I haven't even got anything like ridiculously large and obnoxious to put in my hands, like a champ octopus, so you just get a face full of tentacles.
I shall switch back to a sensible hat now until until it's appropriate time again. I just saw it when I was looking for my tent, which was in the stupidest place, by the way.
Where was
We're
it?
lucky I found.
Where was it?
It was in my cave, in a coffin.
In your cave?
This is not where I keep my tents.
What cave?
At Floofshire.
Did you put it in there because caves slow decay, maybe, and you didn't want to be carrying it, and maybe you had a brainwave and then forgot you had a brainwave?
No, because it's fine on deed anyway.
So you just... What a random place to have left it.
I know, I have no idea. I'd actually given up looking there and I was convinced that it must be on release. And I just I was actually going to look for... What I actually was looking for at that point was a Yule goat to bring. And then I got distracted by the fact that I actually found my tent when I was looking for a Yule goat. But I'm glad I found it rather than getting to release and being like, well, it's not here either. Where is it? Nearly have to make a whole new tent and have a new colour.
Yeah, I did have quite a lot of head damage, Bun, and that's usually it. When you suddenly start taking a load of damage, as you say, it is normally that. So not unexpected. Mad, no, you're not being mean to me, Madoon. Most of you are not being mean to me. It's mostly just Ruffle.
Yep.
And Bun, but that's Bun. Especially when he's trying to extract favours. Then he's got a mean streak. Is that the one that that must have been one of the ones that we went to already, that goblin camp over there. Right, maybe we finally made it up. Up to the top of the prairies, and now it might be... No, it's not about to get easier. It's, no.
Where are
What the shit? How am I going to get down there? Whose idea was this? Oh,
Yours.
man. Let's get... See? She just throws me under the bus. You might need to stream together in the new year.
and sacked?
If Ruffle survives. It's the curse of the co-hosts. Might not be co-hosts for long.
Oh no!
Clearly it is Ruffle's fault. Yeah, she's in charge of the cart. I'm just here to look pretty.
And you do such a good job.
Oh. See, now she's trying to butter me up and she's succeeding. Flattery will get you everywhere. Where's that? There it is. I mean, that's true that it won't. It won't. But it gets you a little way.
You're working on the long whatever it's called. A what?
What? The long game? Do you mean the long game,
Long
Bun?
Con.
The long con. Yeah. Variation on a theme, but it'll do. Right. You know what? I'm just gonna go look at a map again, and first she butters you up, then she rolls you nerves. She can butter me up and roast me if she likes. Who doesn't like a good roasting? I mean, look, I didn't say that kind before you snicker to yourself.
Could you give us a clue, maybe, Bun?
Well, yeah.
Fun guessing game for all the family. Maybe it's not family friendly. Maybe not the family.
This is not a family friendly stream. I assume he means the long game. Sorry, Wendell. Sorry. I meant a roasting as in a taking the piss. I clearly did not mean the other kind, and there aren't enough people here for that. So, we're safe. Fuck, do I get to where I need to go now? Oh, if I'd turned topographical, I'd have seen how bloody difficult it's going to be to get down. Okay, I know. No, I don't know where we need to go, because where we need to go would be into a tunnel.
The Dream Team Stream Scheme Supreme. Nice.
You've got to clean your keyboard. Well, you'll know for next time. I don't know.
I still want to know what long thing Bun's working on. That sound no.
I don't know that you do want to know what long thing Bun's working on right now. If Bun wants to go and work on something quietly to himself, that's Bun's business. He too might need to clean his keyboard afterwards. Is that the tunnel? What?
No, Madoon, don't you pretend to be innocent.
I think that might be the tunnel that we need. Or at least... yeah, I think it might be. How the hell do we get down to that from where we are? Oh no, that's I think that's the tail end of the tunnel. That's where the tunnel comes out. If we ever go to Xanadu, don't let us stray off the roads. Clearly we can't be trusted. Me in particular, I cannot be trusted. I'll just follow my nose across the terrain and this is what happens. So we're going to double back and we're going to try and find the... Ooh. We're going to try and find, put her on vibrate again, the entrance to the tunnel which pops out down there.
At risk of regretting it, what is it?
No, if we need to ask Myra about it, I don't think we want to know. Although Myra is, I imagine, the sort of person who frequently has measuring tapes on her, as crafty types often do. I can't even get down this bit. Oh my god! Everything makes me jitter! How did we even get up here? Oh my god. See? Tantail had the exact same thought. I've even known crafters who've got like inch and centimetre measures like done up the side of like their finger or their hand. For quick and speedy measuring, and then they definitely always have a measuring tape on them. How do we get... How the hell did we get up here and how do we get down? There's a road right there. In fact, that might be the one that we need. Are we actually going to have to get out and pull? After all this, maybe we just need to slide, because that might be the tunnel entrance right there. Let's just... Alright. I don't know with how much I've got in here if I can pull this. But let's deal with this one first. And maybe let's just drag our fucking cart down. No. We'll see. I'll unhitch the horses and we'll see if I can drag it. Might be a slow one. But on the plus side, when we get to the slope, then we can just skid down the last bit and hopefully I won't die. Disclaimer. Oh, a long disclaimer. Okay. That is not at all where we thought you were going with that.
No.
that is no. Wait.
That's not fun.
I just read the one about one resting on the graphics card that he took out of Noodle's PC and I hadn't seen the context that came before it and I was like, that seems not a good idea. Just from the previous conversation. Right, what was I going to do? Is that troll going to come for me while we're sliding? I suppose it probably is. Come on, troll. Come on. Give us a kiss. Here he comes.
This is why we're still stuck up here, because we're fighting everything.
Well, it's because if I get out and start dragging, I don't want to be headshotted by a troll halfway down the slope. Because then I will die. See? Sensible. I know the dangers of having no head armour. And sometimes I adjust my actions accordingly. I just don't adjust them so far as putting head armour on. Do you know, I actually went looking for my chain coif the other day, and I can't even find it. I don't know where it is. I'm sure I had a rare one to go with the rest of my rare chain set. But fucked if I know where it is. Cleaning the keyboard again, Wendell. Soz. Maybe you should just put a layer of kitchen roll on it, just to catch any overspill. Contrary to what Ruffle might think, you don't know everything. You still have some innocence left. We don't think you know everything, Madoon. We just think you've got a very good imagination to fill up any gaps. Oh, I'm getting hit from behind. There's a bloody wolf. Well, not by a wolf. Come on, you little sod. Come on. Here he goes. Right. You're 50 now, there is no overspell. Maybe you just need more practice, Wendell. I thought there was a snake,
sure
but
that
it's just her head. It's just because I span around it. Looked like, you know the way a snake coils around you when you fight it. Right, we've got Ruffle and Vibrate. Am I going to slide? Yes. We're going to risk it for Biscuit. It'll probably be... They'll be fine. So, let's unhitch those. And we're going to find out if I can haul this with Ruffle and all of the crates in. Yup. But it's going to be slow.
Shall we scout?
I don't think it'll make much difference. I mean, by all means get out and we'll see. I'm currently doing 0.93 kilometres an hour.
Sliding.
Yeah, no, you might as well get in it. It makes no difference. Apparently you're light as a feather. But we only have to slide to the end of that grass, because then I think I'm going to just go. And maybe if I go into third person... Woo! That was exciting. What are we fighting now?
I don't know, why am I spinning in circles?
A bear! Because I'm turning around. You kill that bear. While I carry on crawling down. Oh, I mean, yep, but by all means get out.
Where is it?
Because I'm hoping I'll just kind of tip off this side.
Where's the bear?
And maybe it'll only be like a bounce or two. I don't really want to drop my tent and hope. Woo! What just happened?
It's dead. I can't find it.
That was weird. Oh, I ran out of stamina. That's what happened. Because I still had climb on. Okay, we'll go faster now. I'm not climbing. Where you go? Are you just... Do you not trust me? Have you just decided to take yourself down there? Well, screw you, buddy. Uh-oh. Whoa, 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 whoa! Where's the... Oh, no, the cart is coming. The cart is coming.
You not trust me? Whoa!
Okay, but I think that's a mine. This might... It was just the way I started skidding, and I don't think I can get further out of third person than this. So I think we're just going to have to go. Oh! Yes! Woo! There's the troll. Where is the troll? Ow! Stop dragging that. Let's hitch one. Hitch another one. I can't even see the bloody troll. Where's the... Oh, he's up there, that's why. And there's Ruffle still crawling her way down. Hope you're pleased with yourself. You abandoned me through my feat of daring do. And I'm not sure if I landed in the cave or if I landed outside of it, but I definitely took a couple of bounces on the way down.
Use large more skill.
How are the resource nodes so large? Madoon, it's probably down to the graphic settings you've got, because on my scavenger mode clients, the resource nodes are really tiny and hard to spot, but on high graphic settings, they tend to be really quite visible.
Yeah.
Really easy to see.
Mode, you can, like the
like
flotsam will be like...
Yeah, like the mints are like really big and rambling, whereas it's like one tiny little mint bush in scavenger mode. I really hope that's the tunnel we wanted. I think that's the tunnel that we wanted. Wait, hang on. Yeah, we're going south. That's the tunnel that we wanted. We're all good. We're all good. I did land inside, but I bounced first. Thanks, Vulcan. I thought that's what had happened. I was too busy just watching me go.
You need cotton.
No, I've got some. It seems to be one of those
Should I
days.
I need cotton.
Do you? Would you like some?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I forgot that I've been doing arena stuff.
Well, there's Anne Cotton.
Thank you for Anne Cotton.
And also raspberry for a raspberry.
Oh, thanks.
Would you like some potatoes too?
Sure, I'll put them in your magical chest.
Screw you, buddy. Right, this is our tunnel. And normally we try and avoid tunnels on exploration streams, but I think as fun as it will be watching us trying to slide down a very, very steep
I don't know why I'm doing shark music for a tunnel. That makes no sense.
This is quite a low roof tunnel as well. It looks like it should be catching your helmet all the way through.
check your check your what's it called? Tile decoration.
Yeah. So the setting that you're going to be looking for, hang on. Under custom graphics, I think it's tile detail probably that you're looking for.
One makes
It
a good
could be texture quality. No highway, low ceiling. Wait, what's the point?
That it's not a road as such.
No, but it is a tunnel that's marked on the map. So it's not protected, but it is reinforced. You'd think they'd put a bit of highway through it just to protect it, though. But I suppose at least it is 2 tiles wide. Yeah, so I think it's either tile detail or whatever the other one I said was, one of those two. Does it, and then I got distracted away again. So what did I say? Either texture quality or tile detail, but I think Ruffle's right. I think it's either tile. I think it's tile detail. Can't see what else it would be. Whoop! Yep, and there's that bridge that we spotted from up there. So now I think we cross over this bridge, but then there's sort of, I think there's a road that we can follow that wraps, or is that it? Is that the one we want? Maybe we don't want to be over the bridge at all. I think we actually want that road, because I think that road takes us kind of down towards where Clayworth used to be. Unfortunately, if we go the other way, we'll come down north of Lothlorien Meadows, and kind of sort of past Bears and Wolves, which I meant to pop into. So let's... That looks kind of... There's a road. Let's take that road. And we'll just go down and round. Yeah, so the nodes have got several models.
Actually, I probably shouldn't hammer while you're dragging me about, should I? It's probably not much fun for anyone.
What are you hammering? It's not that loud.
Ah, sorry.
Like, we're only getting the occasional hammer sound. And as we know from previous streams, my worm sounds are always much, much quieter to people watching than they are to me. I'm just going to deal with this, because he'll follow us away. Hi, buddy. Also, I should drink something.
Do you want some of my impure water?
It does make it harder. No, I don't want your impure water. It does make it harder to spot stuff further away, but that's why I have a separate scavenger mode, Nadine. So when I want to go looking for stuff on the ground, I switch to a different profile. I've got a scavenger mode profile saved specifically for that. And keep my playing and streaming mode a nice high quality one. Not really paying very close attention, am I? I'm backing up towards the bear while I still haven't finished the Hellhound. I'm doing so well. So well. Bear done too? Okay. So
eat a donut. And not get sugar all over my microphone.
Sounds like Ruffle's going to be cleaning her keyboard too. Right, we don't need to stop and fight that. So I'm just going to follow this down around. Vulcan, you said you were north of Lothlorien Meadows. Is it one of the deeds that we're going to pass through that's on the map? Or just kind of broadly in this area? Because we're going to head down... Well, I think we're going to end up just south of Bears and Wolves. I don't know if that's something we should be going and seeing. But at the point that we hit the next tunnel, basically we have to choose whether we want to go north to see that, which is kind of back towards where we started, or if we want to go through another tunnel to get down to Lothlorien Meadows. I think I just kind of keep going diagonal. Bye, Spidey. I do wish that the scared ones, like I feel like the scared ones are supposed to have coding so they are slower to disengage, slower to engage, or maybe they've got a smaller ag range, but I feel like whatever's coded into them isn't sufficient because I'm always being followed by scared things. And like I feel like they should behave palpably differently, not just
they feel safe with you.
You're here. Okay, let's have a look. Okay. So we could take the tunnel down and we could still go and have a nosy. If Vulcan doesn't mind, go and have a nosy around Vulcan's place. You're laughing at fun. I've got a raspberry that I ride around, which you probably haven't seen. You might have seen once on one of my streams with Eshri, because Eshri's mount is raspberry. So Eshri rides raspberry all over the place.
Excuse me.
What? She rides her. I was going to say I blow them. I blow them and she rides them, but that sounds worse. I'm sad in a way that I didn't bring my books with me, because I've got my blow raspberries up for faux book with me at the Infalong at the moment. Dinky little deed over there. Puppy Path Tower.
I'm going to get a rename token and call my horses Crimson Earth.
You can ride me all the time. I think it's
Thanks.
cute. Somebody who's named a is Moomin, right? Moomin's named one of their pets after me. I've got a Crimson Earth crocodile. Now, where do I want to go? I feel like this is save a horse, ride a ruffle. Yes. No, ride a raspberry. Ride a raspberry. Important distinction. She's softer and squishier. Right. So where do I want to go? I think I do maybe want to go down here actually, because I want to go through that tunnel right there, right? Yes.
And it's
yes.
bad enough that I regularly have to enter Old Grumpy Couple.
Both of them at once.
Yep.
I don't know.
Every
I
time.
don't know where this. Yeah, there you go. A female champ crab. There you go. And I still don't have a champ crab. It is my one sadness. The one thing that I do keep intending to go back and camp on holy sites for. I've
Every
camped
time I got
on
there,
a few
you
for them.
enter Old Grumpy Couple, and I'm like, oh.
And you just snicker to yourself.
Yep.
Maybe I should have called that new deed on Exo Raspberry's Retreat.
Excuse me.
You could get a nameplate and rename it fully. That's an expensive way of doing it though. Especially for a joke. And I like a good bit as much as the next person. But nameplate's pricey. You see yourself. Oh, we do see you in local. There we go. We got a Vulcan in local, and I think we need to take a left turn. I think we need to take a left turn off this tunnel. Somewhere down here, it'll split. Yeah, in the back door, exactly. Actually, you can't use the nameplate on the crab. For what it's worth, like Ruffle could use them on her horses, on her ride Crim horses, but you can't use them on non-domestic animals. I don't know if you can use them on cats, but I tried using one on my whale, for example, and you can't. And I wish that the nameplate was clearer about what you can and can't use it on, because I queried it with GMs at the time, and I think probably put something up on the forums about it to ask at the time, and they said no, only domestic animals. And I was like, okay, so what are we counting as domestic animals here? Like, do you mean just farm animals? Do you mean only the farm animals that you don't have to tame? Like, can I do it to deer? It would be nice to know.
It would.
For sure, but you definitely can't use it on weird and wonderful things. If you can't use it on a whale, I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to use it on a crab. So most of the things in my park, I probably couldn't use it on outside of the petting zoo. And it would be really risky to use one on something like a chicken, right? Because they die so easy. I think they intended for people to use it for their mounts and didn't really think beyond that. Whereas in my experience, I mean, a lot of people do use them on their mounts. I think people would like to use them on things like, now that we can have permatame house cats, for example, it would be nice if you could use it on those. I don't know if you can. Likewise, I guess dogs and things. It would be nice to stick one on the champ dog, maybe. So I think Vulcan, you're up this way, right? Let's go see. See if we can find him. What? We might be coming in the back entrance for Vulcan. Have you just seen the road leading down to that? I think I was like, hey, veer off path.
Hero, yeah.
Speaking spine. He's going to find us before we find him. Oh, that is the front. Okay. But there wasn't a road. There was a road off here. I just saw the house off to one side, and I was like, oh, is this it? Is it? Am I supposed to go up to more, or is that what I'm looking for before I go off all the way up here? Look at all of these roads. Where did they go? Right. Okay. I think this is it. So how long have you been? How long have you been here, Vulcan? I see. So all this terraforming is stuff that you originally did. Gotcha. I mean, your house is looking a bit drafty. Day 3 of indie. So is that the reason that this house still only has part of its upper level built? Because this house was originally built back before we had multi-story housing, and then you were slow to sort of expand. I still don't know where he is though. Oh, there he is. Right up there. Hello. Have we got any snowballs left? I ran out.
Hello.
Ruffle, have you got a snowball? Shh. Oh, I see. So the deed fell and then you refounded it. So,
hello, how are you?
Did the house remain, or like did you refound the deed over house, or did you have to rebuild entirely from whatever you had here originally and just kind of like reclaimed the spot?
Hello.
Ruffle, I'm not seeing you throwing snowballs. You're letting me down here.
I threw 2. I threw them.
Why am I not seeing it? Nothing showing here. Really founded it about 2 years ago. Let's be nosy.
See?
See what? See what?
Sit in the chat.
14 deeds in the same spot. Why is it not showing up for me? That's weird. Because normally you can see that happening in your local. I wonder why it's not showing. Is she telling fibs and lies? Did you also have that, Vulcan? Because I wouldn't put it faster. There we go. So, Vulcan's little home on Indie. It is weird though, right, that it doesn't show in your event for that. Because I'm sure when we've done snowball fights before, like, because you and Calvert and I were throwing snowballs at each other, I don't know, last Christmas or something, like we were having a snowball fight across the highway outside Thule at one point, and I'm sure we got to see each of them. It was probably around the time that we were testing the fall over mechanic. Anyway, nice to see you, Vulcan. Wait, this is our road, right? Yes, this is our road. Does it show in combat? Why would it show in... No, and I mean, normally it shows an event, so when I throw things at Ruffle, it shows an event. I was wondering if it was something to do with because you're in a house. I wonder if it's something to do with, like, maybe it blocking it there, but it's not like it would block, like, it doesn't normally block other actions in the house. You can usually see those in the event window. I'm sure we can normally see snowball throwing with other people in out. Like, we need to find another person now who's not in a house and not on the deed to test on. If we find some poor randomer and we got snowballs in our inventory, I feel like we should test it for science.
I haven't got any more.
Well, we'll just have to find some snow piles then, won't we? Am I even going the right way? There's a highway there. Let's find out. Yes. So we are... Wait, how long into stream? We're 2 hours into stream, and we have made it all the way from here to here. Like, almost a tile. Check us out. Whoops. Check us out going off-road. It's because we went all the long way around and then we, like, double back on ourselves. I don't even know if there's anything to see at Lothlorien Meadows. I just figured since we were down this way, we might as well come look. Did you damage your snowman head? What a shame. Is that your rare one? I didn't see it being it's shiny. Oh, there you go. There's Lothlorien. It's quite large, in fact. and I'm going to accidentally end up in a hedge maze of
Don't do that.
accidentally.
I'll never get out.
No. Let's go and have a nosy at the token. I feel like this one has come up in conversation somewhere. Maybe just somebody giving me directions for something. I don't know, but it's ringing a bell. But I don't know. Like the name of the mayor doesn't ring any bells, so I wonder if it was somebody giving me all is well. I wonder if it was somebody sort of like giving me directions around this bit of the map. Hello. I imagine we probably can't get in these, but let's just... Oh no, we can. We can. It's just... Oh, it's a church. That's nice. It's just unfortunately that scorpion can get in here too. But it's another one of those churches that has done that thing that I liked. We saw this on another stream recently, where I talked about the sort of like the layered bridges. So you had sort of like little windows and skylights all the way up. This has done it slightly differently, but it gives you a nice kind of pitched roof effect. It's weird that it's not following us into the building. It's like it's stuck. Oh look, there's a bunch of Valhalla Descendants banners tucked in there. You remember I was saying how you tend to not find them in many people's collections, but when you find somebody who's got them, sometimes you find they've got a bunch. There's quite a few of them just there. I like it. I like it, like it. I don't know though, like other than... Oh, we've got like a church bit in the middle. I didn't even see the east wing. I thought it was going to be like a bell tower or something. Let's just go and have a nosy and see if we can see the rest. That was the Fallen Church Restoration stream. What do you mean, like the Rockcliffe Cathedral one? Oh no, it might have been when we were doing was it our last glamping adventures where we were going around release for Halloween, and we stopped off at St Absy's Cathedral. It might have been that one. They've got a rare throne. And I'm jelly, and oh, that's a very vicious looking table. Look. It's so shiny. So shiny, and I want it. Eee, in a tiny little LMC. I'm always curious what people keep in their pockets is. Their magic pockets is. Ruffle tells me off for looking in people's LMCs on stream. I'm like, well, they should have locked it then, but their house is open. Got some nice little...
When you lock them, you then find... You really regret it every time one of your alts wants to get in it.
Yeah.
Oh.
I have that problem all the fucking time. Like, I just need to give all of them perms. So there's a random arrow in the ground as well. So I just end up sort of not locking most of my LMCs. Indeed, like they are in buildings. Obviously, I'd lock one if it was outdoors.
People always judge your LMC content. So that's why I'm like, oh no, don't look.
It's not even that I'm judging. It's just I'm curious as to what people find precious enough to keep in an expensive decay prevention device. That's what makes me chuckle. Not Griff. Griff was looking through his LMCs on stream last night and showing us the random content he's got chucked in his. Like an armful of spindles. It's things like that. Those are the ones that always tickle me when I find like the most seemingly random collection of things in an LMC, or a small magical chest.
Every so often I'll find something in mine. I'm like, why is that in there? That doesn't even decay.
I think I've got things that don't decay when placed, but do decay when left in a pile. So I think things like the bells from last Christmas. I feel like the bells, when placed as decoration, don't decay, but if just left somewhere, like in a chest, I think they do start to take damage. So I've got some things like that that really I should just stick all over a wall somewhere to keep them. Where am I going, Ruffle? Okay, not that way, because that's almost where we started. So not that way. Let's pull up a map. We want to go west. We want to go west, because this is Colossus Lake that we're kind of gonna be crossing by. So we do actually want to be going that way, I think. But it looks like I think there's this bit across the middle we can cross and double back. Why was this called Colossus Lake, by the way? Is this something that was named after somebody built a bunch of Colossuses here? Was it a name that came later, or was it a name that it got, I don't know, a hopeful name right from the get-go? got this weird little. Oh, there's
Maybe on
there is a
Slack.
Vin Colossus over there. We're going west. We are going west. You keep butter in yours. Yeah, I've got one as well for ingredients. So I mean, I've got one for quite a lot of things, but I've got one in my kitchen where all of my prepped ingredients go, for example, because it's a pain in the arse to make like a little bit of butter and a little bit of custard and a little bit of, I don't know, icing or whatever. So I tend to make a bigger batch when I have to make it for something and then put the rest in there. So I've got a good stock of ingredients made. Oh, there's a little Aiden sign there. So this is Colossus Lake. A little bit of butter. You've got hundreds of... What do you need hundreds of butter for? Yeah, I don't make it in that kind of quantity because then, boy, I would struggle to store it. But I've got, like, you know, bowls of gelatin and a handful of butters and a load of pasta and some nori sheets and a variety of, like, sauces in jars. Like, I could put those in barrels and seal them, but it's not really a big enough quantity to warrant a whole barrel. So while there's room, they just end up, like, on plates or in jars. Just in my LMC. Spare sausages, you know, because who doesn't need some spare sausages stuffed somewhere?
I keep
in storage.
butter in my sausage skins.
Why?
Because they fit. So if you're storing sausage skins in your, you know, your little magic chest, you can put your butter in your sausage skins.
I don't ever
So
store sausage skins normally because it doesn't like too many containers of a kind. So I tend to only store sausages, not sausage skins. Just store your butter in your sausage skins. Where did I leave my butter? Like, that's like me leaving my mobile phone in the fridge that one time. Like, that is the last place that I would expect to find somebody's butter. Like,
but inside a
maybe,
sausage.
yeah, maybe you could store some inside your stuffing mushroom as well. You know. Does that mean there are sausages for regular use? Well, for pizza making mostly, because I don't do it so much at the moment, and to be honest, with affinity alcohols, don't really need to anymore. But I used to cook up sort of full house pizzas for myself for like Affinity Foods and sometimes for the Alliance and things like that. And so you need a pretty decent stock of things like sausages and bacon and stuff like that. So I used to keep a little stock of full house pizza ingredients. We enter Crimson Dawn. It goes nicely with Crimson Sky and Crimson Earth. Whose is it? There's the token. Let's have a look. Again, not a name I recognise, and not part of any alliance. Which is unusual, especially for indie. Can we get off the other side of this? I feel like we must be able to. Nope. It's ours now. You like haggis on yours. Oh no! Oh no! I can't drag us down that one. Pants. Well, we live here now. Ooh, original deed was the Republic of Shine. It would have been funny if it was owned by one of my alts. Well, I wondered if it was one of the many humongous deeds, for example. Shrine of Mav. We're just gonna have to double back on ourselves, I think, because I think there is only like the one way on and off this, if one is blocked. Yeah, so I don't really bother with pizza anymore. Like, I still use pizza for CCFP, but I don't really bother making affinity pizzas anymore. And to be honest, even before I had ready access to Moonshine, I know that full house pizzas are the best way to do it, but it's rare that I needed the kind of timers that I could get from full house pizzas, and it is much, much quicker to make high quality affinity meals with a bit of bulk in. So I often ended up actually making affinity meals. Even then, like, I would make pizza sometime, particularly for something that I do a lot of, like archaeology, where I do it for hours and hours and hours. But for things that I tend to do for just a couple of hours and then stop, like metallurgy or papyrus making or pottery or something like that, I never really need more than a couple of hours at a time. Mostly I just don't want to have to keep eating partway through to get my bonuses back because I forget. But yeah, like Full House pizzas, they're good, but they are just quite a bit of faff. Not the calculating. I mean, the calculating is quite quick, particularly if you're taking, like, making records as you go. And I've got a spreadsheet for all of the calculations for really quite big, bulky, good, nutritious and high quality Full House pizzas. But it's a lot of effort. It requires a lot of like little sub cookery bits in it. And like I say, I enjoy the cooking system, but I don't find it particularly fun to interact with, and that makes me sad. Like, there's things that I enjoy and appreciate about it, but actually cooking with it sometimes is more frustration than it is fun, even when I know what I'm doing. So we want to be going along there, so we're going to have to go follow our path back round, and then I think we just weave around the coast.
Meh.
So we're going to go, ironically, back through Lothlorien Meadows. We could go around the south... hang on, we could go around the south side of Colossus Lake, but I think that's just going to take us around that great big mountainside, which is probably less fun, so we will go this way. You been breeding lammies? Have you been breeding Ruffle's lammies? Because I know you've been grinding up your animal husbandry on her floofs. In Floofshire. I even got a care slot alt. Care slotted up today. I mean, only up to 20. I really do need to push all of these ones up to 30, given how many things I have to care for. But I've done a couple of mine. She pies. She pies? No, she. No. Yeah. So that South Pass just hugs the mountain, and it's not even a particularly interesting mountain. So are we going to be able to get around Lothlorien Meadows, or are we going to have to cut through the gates? It looks like we kind of can go around this way. Yeah.
Peas, not sheep pie. Not sheep pies.
No sheep pies. No. Also, I've just realised we should be keeping an eye out for... It's a good time and good place to be keeping an eye out for white dotted flowers, because we're passing through a lot of grassland now in places where there probably isn't a whole lot of activity. I found some right outside Brambleheim the other day as well. And it's not quite the best season for spotting them, which is of course autumn, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Keep our peepers peeled. This is probably one of the bits of Indy that I know least well, because normally when I travel through Indy, I'm going by boat for a start, and I take this winding route up through the middle of Indy. So I know the areas around these relatively well, but I don't know the East Coast or the West Coast very well, but also this whole corner here. Like, Calvert and I have gone sailing into these bays and up mountains on foot just for fun, quite a lot. So sort of like some of the spaces around here I actually know a little bit better than I think I do. And on stream now, Ruffle and I have been kind of up and over and around sort of like this spot we went. Oh my god, what's it called? We were right there. we went up and over Guru Bear's Crater, and across that area, and obviously we've been around Dragonfang and all of these bits, but it's sort of like when these foothills, like we went through these, they're not foothills at all, but also this was all quite stark and empty, wasn't it? Like, this was one of those spaces where we were like, you could see for miles and you couldn't see any signs of life for miles.
You're still targeting a previous thing, by the way.
Yeah. I'm just switching to that Spidey. Oh, and we got a croc. Croc's behind us. Hello, croc. But I suppose what I think of as like the classic sites of Indy are mostly ones that you can see following through that centre, kind of snaking your way through that centre route. So it's been nice to see some of the bits of Indy that I've literally never trodden on or ridden through before. even if I am often lost when I am in them and not entirely sure which bit I'm in for a while. As long as the paths and bridges are up. Well, that's quite a big if, isn't it? But hopefully we'll be alright. Hopefully we'll be alright. And no stamina, yeah, but that's alright, Bun. That's not going to really slow me down. I'm not using special moves. You can still focus without stamina if you need to, not that I tend to, unless it's something that's taking quite a while or something really large.
You're not getting your weapon skill then, though.
No, no. That's the trouble as well, though, when you're commanding a cart. Like, you're just constantly on no stamina. Unless you're stopping little and often and before something tags you.
You want to keep moving because we're going to get so many crocodiles here.
I am. I am. I only stopped for the spider. I wasn't meaning to stop for all the crocs. Look, there's a little train of them.
Yeah.
Ah, they're cute. They're cute. And that's the other end of the bridge that we therefore couldn't cross back down from. Take it from me. Stamina's overrated. I mean, it's not. They're right. I should be doing it with stamina. It's just, in order to stop, wait and get my stamina back and then go and engage, it just ends up being really quite stop-start. So, unless I'm out sort of hunting deliberately, if I'm just trying to kill something that's bugging me, that isn't likely to do me too much damage, I don't tend to bother. I also often don't tend to bother to position myself slightly better either. Like, I'll do it for trolls. I'll fix my footing for trolls and fix my elevation. Sometimes for scorpions. But not so much for other things. Now, do we want to be going down to the water side for this, maybe?
But I'm in a...
Me. Maybe. I'm just going to go and peek over the edge here and see what's to see.
Breeze, probably. Oh, look, what a shock.
What? Stiblamina, I like that.
What?
Nothing. I've literally just caught up with local. We've Vulcan backing you up. It's just trees. It's just trees. Look, look. Signs of life in the middle of nowhere. Somebody's paddocks, maybe. So I think we're not quite at what used to be Clayworth. What used to be Clayworth is over there. Because I think Bun said that had... Whoops! That's a tree. I think Bun said that had fell. Clearly there used to be something here. And there's still a bit of a bridge over there. This corner of Indy is... Yeah, I bet it is. I bet it is. And in fact, I imagine that Indy is probably pretty good for archaeology in general, particularly the more rural bits of Indy, because I guess the coastlines get deeded and redeeded quite a lot. But the more rural bits are where you're likely to find sites that were early days or day one deeds, or even, deeds that were up for several years. But because they're no longer in a convenient place and Indy is nowhere near as pressed for space as it was during that first sort of exodus from JK home, are less likely to have been redeeded in the meantime. So you probably find quite a few single site archaeology sites here, I'd imagine, with quite long timers since they fell. Yeah, there you go. So that's the Colossus Snake Canal. Wait, Colossus Snake Canal on Colossus Lake. I don't like it. It's hard to say. Colossus Snake. Colossus. Botanizing up to 47. Well done, Madoon. So right now we are just, let's zoom in. So this is Colossus Lake just up here, and we're just on this edge of it. We're just down here. So what we're going to do from here is not follow that nice canal, which obviously goes underground. I don't know if there's a walking route around it, but that sounds dull. We're not going to do that. What we are going to do though is we're going to head kind of broadly west. I just want to see where that
Dryden. I just spotted that one.
yeah, where that bit of map was that I was interested in going and seeing what actually was happening with the terrain. Where was that? Where was it? Sod's law, I can't. Oh, it's because I haven't. Every time I reload this map or open up a new map, it turns off the topographic bit. Okay, that's where I wanted to be. So we're going to go west this way. And then once we're clear of this rather large mountain here, we're going to start cutting up north-ish, I think. Somebody, I think it was Parser. Was it maybe Parser telling me that they sort of was it Parser telling me they grew up near Llama City? Somebody was telling me they kind of like they first lived near Llama City and somewhere else. I was talking about it with somebody the other day, and I think it was Parser. There's a really, really big diagonal highway. In fact, you can see it on the original map. How is that? Did they put some highways or like some roadways on this map when it spawned?
Say again, sorry.
Did they put highways or roadways on this map when it spawned? Because this big diagonal highway is actually kind of visible on the in-game map. That's the route that it takes. And I've never seen that on any other map. This bit just here. Hang on.
Oh, yeah. No, there were no roads, but they got built quite early. So
Yeah. Well, that's what I assumed, because that's what most ones are like. But then you've got this.
I noticed that before.
Looks like a roadway marked on the actual in-game map, and that's really unusual. Because it's not even like it would be easy to see where the grid lines, for example, you might mistake for bits of roads or segmentation. This is clearly not one because it's on a diagonal. Does anybody know anything about this? Also, Griff was telling me the other day there's this weird. I think it's is it on Indie? Oh no, on Griff's map, he was saying that there's a bit of terrain marked. If you just hover over it, where is he? Was it on Melody or was it on Cadence? One of the NFI maps has got like a weird bit of terrain marked, and it made me want to go hunting for them on other terrains, but I just haven't.
Yeah.
Broccoli Hills,
Well,
yeah.
explained.
Broccoli Hills.
I was thinking we used to have a map.
Is it? There we go. Broccoli Hills on Melody. So you just. And I don't know if there's any other Easter eggs like that on other ones. But I've never noticed this about the Independence map before. Horrible to traverse. I bet it is. There were some short bits of highway at the start on Guidance, but I think those were still actually built. I assume that those were built.
You can see what Vulcan
built
said.
by GMs. Vulcan. The in-game. Oh, okay. Okay. So the in-game map came after Indie's launch.
Yeah, because I noticed that Darkenstone Canal is on this map as well, and that was closed. That was dug within the first few days of Indie.
Because yeah, you've got some here as well. Actually, around some of the roads that wind around Dragonfang.
We didn't have an in-game map. Now that I think. It was all guesswork. Or people climbing up to the top of mountains and taking pictures and.
So So presumably then you didn't have in-game maps for things like JK Home and earlier servers before then.
No, we had ones that people had made. Yeah, there were no.
I'm always sad.
It would have made things like trying to find places to live a lot easier if you'd.
Yeah, true. And I'm always sad in a way that we don't have in the map archives maps of more of the kind of like more of the other ones. Like there's a Golden Valley map in there, I think, and I think there's like a map dump of Gold 1. But I don't think, for example, there's any maps of JK Home, is there? There's a New Dawn map, a couple of Golden Valley maps and things. Like, I feel like like somewhere out there, people have probably got some, I don't know, some map dumps or community made maps that just aren't connected up to Wordpedia, and it's like it feels like one of those precious resources that we should be trying to conserve. And I know that there was understandably quite an outcry when a load of the historic map dumps just disappeared off the wiki, and some of them were restored, but I think not all of them. So anyway, yes, so we're going to go. That's why some of the indie maps are still hand drawn. Okay. So is that what you're talking about, Bun? Like that the map that was the main map for indie was a hand drawn map. That was the original one before we had an in-game map. Gotcha. So back to what I was originally here for was figuring out where the fuck I'm going to go. I think south. So we could try and wind our way across this terrain, but this is really quite hilly terrain. So rather than going kind of freeform, so to speak, I think probably what we want to do is to try and go and pick up the really rather large highway that's further round and down, and then we can veer off it, but at least we know, like we know that there is a traversable route
As
from
an example, for anyone who's in the Discord, I've just posted the gold 1 map that I have.
And is that like one of the ones that's on the?
I don't think it is.
Maybe you should add it or submit it to be added. You stuck it in the old worm picks.
But I've just got it saved.
Yeah. Well, this is what I mean, right? So there's probably more people like you who've got like old maps squirreled away. And it would be nice to have a kind of, I don't know, an archives project to try and, while we still got access to some of those, I mean, undoubtedly a lot of it will have been lost, but, you know, while we have still got some players still playing who have been around since the start, like encouraging people to go raiding their archives and seeing if they can dig out some fun old stuff. And there are some nice threads on the forum and things for stuff like old screenshots and sort of like early information, stuff like that. But I don't, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think there's like a coordinated one for like old maps. God, this is not very friendly terrain. I'm glad we didn't wrap around the mountain though, because that does look like that would have been a very dull road. Those lions are pursuing though. And I'm out of stamina, but thankfully he's a lion, so it's not that hard, and it's trying to hit Ruffle.
Rude of it.
It is. You probably kill it before I drink up, but it reminds me I probably should eat and drink, because that's also not helping. Bye-bye. See, exactly like that. Kind of sad in a way that the conditioned ones lose their colour when they die as well. Like, I don't know why that is. It's almost like, well, it probably is like it is like it's got a, you know, like a skin or something that's applied, but not applied, I guess, because they haven't done it to the corpse models as well, only to the live ones. So it's a colour tint, but only on one of the 2 models. God's house. Over there. So this is our big, I think this is our big westerly road with its old sandbanks. We were talking about these before, about like this used to be the way before we had highways and things. That you mocked a road as a road. That's what made it legit. So sandbanked roads on Indie are probably some of the oldest roads on Indie. When you find them, if you're travelling around here, and if you're not local and not already knowing this, there's a goblin camp. Is it live? It's live. Oh crap. Let's go and have a nosy, shall we? We're not going to get waylaid by it. Oh, it's 3 towers. It's 3 towers. That's probably, yeah. Also, that's quite an amount of goblins.
Oh,
so
they're excited, aren't they?
They are excited, but because until we go and accidentally or on purpose touch the spikes or the gates, hang on, let me just find that thing. They're not actually going to start attacking us, so that means that we can go and have a good look around it. For anybody who didn't catch, for example, our epic streams where we went goblin camp hunting, or or our last glamping adventure on Ruffle. Our last glamping adventure on release, where we went and did a spontaneous goblin camp. At least if you haven't gotten a chance to have a good close up look at one, now you kind of can. And I'm not going to ride too close to it. In fact, what I might do is, if I unhitch those, I'm going to ride a horse, because it's super easy to just, as you're manoeuvring, unhitch one of your horses on the spikes, and also that will then trigger all the goblins. So we've got our brutes over there. One of our shield ones there who will tank for all of the others. We've got a medic over there, and it's quite hard to see from here, but let's have a look with a spyglass. They've got a fancy little hat. So it's the medics that you want to identify first. They should be your first target in a goblin camp. Let's get a spyglass out. Right, so where's he gone now? Where's he gone now? There he is. So that's a medic in his funky little hat. There's another one over there. In fact, this one has got at least 3 medics. You can see 2 more there. They're usually hanging somewhere around the middle, like circling around the tents. I don't know if the medics always match the number of towers, but broadly it seems to be kind of that. So this one has 3 medics. It might have a 4th. But basically you won't be able to do much else here until you can take out those medics. And this camp has got 1 treasure chest there. It's going to have at least another 1, possibly 2. Because again, broadly speaking, you kind of sort of get treasure chests equal to towers-ish as a guiding principle, and each of these towers will have 2 chemists who lob explosive projectiles and other kinds of elemental damage and acid damage and things, unusual projectiles at you for quite some distance. And there will be 2 rangers in each tower. And I don't think, has anybody else found that varies? Because for me it is always 2 rangers and 2 chemists in every tower. So, and however many towers the camp has, you can broadly use that to then kind of make estimates as to what sort of other things you'll find there, like often kind of the number of treasure chests in a goblin camp is about the same as the number of towers. It might vary. I haven't done enough to really look at it closely, but it's been the trend thus far. So we've got a second one there. There might also be one out in the open somewhere, because on the larger camps there often is one that isn't fenced in. But once you defeat all of these things, you then have to go picking the locks on these gates or bashing whatever the weakest fence is, and often bashing is quicker unless your lock picking's good. You have to lock pick the chests in there in order to get them out. Why is something oh, it's a bear. That's all right. You have to lock pick the chests. You can't load them locked. As with anything else, you have to lock pick the tents if you want to take the tents away. So it's not just the time to defeat the camp, but it's also the time to loot it properly. Unfortunately, we're nowhere near nightfall. Otherwise, I would be tempted to hang around and see if we can pick a lock on a gate, sneak in, and grab some of their lamps and things, and then like run away with arms full of loot. Come on, bear. You may not have found the exit to the maze, but you managed to loop back to the beginning twice, Dan. Yeah, the highways of Indy, yes, they do. They do sometimes have markers and sort of like chevrons and things showing you where where the towers are and how far away the towers are. So I mean, this is a camp that for a few people would be all right. But like this is not something that we could do as a 2-person job. It would take us like half a day without help. But there you go. If you haven't had a chance to have a look at one, there is normally more than 1 gate, often 2 or 3 gates in a camp. So you can lock pick the gates to get in. You can of course just walk straight across the spikes. But then you're taking damage going in and damage on your retreat. And you don't want to be taking your mounts in there if you don't have to. And ideally, if you're going to trigger the goblins while you're outside, you probably also don't want to be on a mount. If you're leading a mount on the outside and you trigger the goblins, they won't attack your led mount. But if you lead it into the camp with you to fight, then they will. Then they do seem to. But if you're riding it, as soon as you start shooting or attacking or triggering the goblins in the camp, they'll go for your horse as well as you. That's, I think, also true of horses leading carts. So anyway, whoops! Glad I wasn't facing the glad I wasn't facing the spikes then. Otherwise, we might have suddenly found ourselves under attack by a lot of goblins. Stealing stuff does seem to give stealing skill as well. What you mean, using the loot option on things like chests and things? I mean, so basically, if you're trying to sneak into a camp at night, for every tile you cross, I think, and for every action you do on something in there, like, it will raise their alertness level a little bit. So the further into camp you go, and the more things you steal or touch or open or cross over, like the spikes and things, all of those will each trigger kind of an alertness thing until eventually the camp wakes up. But like I said, that camp that I soloed for science, I did it by lockpicking the gate, which wasn't enough to trigger them. But as soon as I stepped in, I was then risking kind of those alertness pings all the way to the first medic that I could see, to bash his skull in and then make a hasty retreat, because that was just a 2-medic camp. Right, so let's put these back on, since we cannot take this camp right now, and we are not close to nightfall. I think we're miles off, in fact.
That map is on the wiki, but it's a photo bucket one, so it's got a massive photo bucket thing across the top of it.
Maybe we should maybe you should upload it to a different site to have a secondary link as well. I always worry with things like photo bucket links and stuff as well, like where it's just hosted in one place. Like, if it's one of those places that's sort of like where they expire after a while, or they go and do like a wipe of all of their accounts. I hope that people have downloaded local copies of those, so that if and when the hosting site that we're relying on for it goes, we've got another copy to upload somewhere. Right, Hop Ruffle. We are, alas, still some hours off nightfall. But if anybody wants to come and tackle this camp, because we're not going to be in this area for long, we're about here-ish. So we just came off the west side of Colossus Lake, followed the highway, the sanded highway. We're still on this stretch of it, and you can see it from the highway as you go along there. We're close by Bingo Fuel 450 Guard Tower, if anybody wants to gather some troops and come and try and take this one on. It's a 3-tower camp. So, back to the road. Yeah. So that's the only way to... So do you not get stealing skill just from lockpicking on PvE? Which I haven't bloody done again. Hang on, let me get out of range of these ones, and I'll go and do my lockpicking tick, because I don't think I can do it on the move. That's a very vividly coloured scorpion. I don't think I've ever seen the bright orange on their backs before. Unfortunately, we're going to be pulling mobs all the way along here. And there's a hellhound down there that we're not going to lose, but if we can lose the scorps, I'll go and do a little lockpicking. So lockpicking skill only, so you don't get the parent skill. That's really... Oh, you get... Hang on, you get thievery skill, don't you? You get lockpicking and thievery. Because thievery is the parent skill, is that right? And then stealing and lockpicking are the sub-skills? So let's start on him. So stealing is its own thing. So... yeah, I see. And yet I've got stealing skill, but I haven't looted anything from a goblin camp. I suppose that could be from something like Sacking of Supreme, or maybe from a Vin Mirror? Can you get them from Vin Mirrors? I suspect you probably can, because I think it was one of the things on the list that we used to say was something that shouldn't be on the list for Sacking Supremes, or getting skill ticks from Vin Mirrors. I think that was probably actually from Sacking Supremes. Yeah, because there was no use for it, and yet that's probably also where I got my traps skill as well. I was going to lockpick. I got distracted. I got waylaid. Right, let's pick whatever my shittest lockpicks are, because these are really just for breaking. Turn sleep bonus on. And yeah, it will give me. Sometimes it takes a while to get it. Sometimes it gets it pretty much straight away. But if I'm lucky, it will give me some thievery and some lockpicking, but obviously not stealing. Also, I'm not drinking enough. The sheeps are half sheared. What do you mean, has she been about? On her own deed, you mean? And there's my
I've been
skill
there,
tick.
but I didn't do them today.
It
Or
might
yesterday.
It might be, though, that if you did them and then you left, they just haven't got their coats back.
Yeah.
Because they're less likely to get them if there isn't somebody in local. Sometimes it'll wait until the next person comes by and then they'll start to replenish. This is off deed. Even if it's off deed.
No, I didn't shear them.
Even if it's the off deed ones, though, unless there's a player, like just after you shorn them, there's a reason why sometimes when you come over, Bun, when we're getting ready for treasure hunting streams, there's just like an alt standing like a scarecrow in the middle of my sheep pens, and ever so occasionally moving a little bit, because it's a little bit like hunger ticks. They don't get their coats back as fast if there isn't activity in the area, in the same way that animals don't get hungry as fast.
Big fancy poodle, sorry.
What?
What Robbie said.
I think that's what the Sean model should look like, you know. Yeah, they go into stasis mode, which can be both a good and a bad thing. But you know, for server lag reasons, it can be really helpful from a point of view of keeping creatures that need feeding. Which is why my ag creatures tend to live outside the Brambleheim ones, tend to live on really quite remote deeds where people aren't likely to pass by. But unfortunately, it does also affect sheep shearing. So if you're trying to have a kind of an animal husbandry grinding farm, you sort of need to leave somebody there loitering in local for a while after to encourage them to get their coats back for the next day.
I have been shearing, but not a Felicia. I've been shearing at Ruffle.
Yeah, she's been shearing on release.
Mm.
Me too. Even if it's been many days. Yeah, you probably do need to put a tune there. Because, yeah, even if it's been many days, sometimes it will be many days and they still won't have got it back because there just hasn't been enough activity in local to trigger them. And I don't know if you need to move that alt semi-regularly, but I sort of...
I feel like they need to do stuff.
I feel like they need to be doing, like, sort of just doing kind of doing activity of some kind, even if that's just occasionally foraging something or repairing an item or moving a little bit and going into and out of a building or something. I don't know exactly what triggers it to count, but I know that just standing there doesn't seem to be quite enough. They just need to be semi-regularly sort of doing something. God, look at them all. I mean, I know my cart is not the fastest, but also they are definitely pursuing faster and for longer.
Not the fastest. It's almost the slowest.
I can tell you've been hanging out with Bun, because you were never this sassy. You were never this sassy about the speed of my carts before you started spending time with Bun, and his sass is rubbing off on you.
It's because I've been really enjoying the
Yeah,
speed of
I
my
know.
cart now.
I know.
And I want to get a different rune on it to make it faster. Even.
The thing is, though, this is a cart for ambling. Like, this is for ambling adventures where we get to sort of, you know, see the sights. I don't want to be going at breakneck speed everywhere. That kind of defeats the object. This is like... but also, it was less of an issue before they redid the pathing and the speed of animals, which now you feel it a lot more having a slower cart. Shut your face, Bun. Don't know what you're whinging about. We're going uphill and we're doing a nice 15, 16 kilometres an hour. It's fine. Good carting speed. Do you know what? I still don't get. I mean, I do get why you speed freaks will stick hell horses on your carts and things, but I
can't be bothered with that.
I can't imagine it's worth it. Like it's. I mean, clearly it is worth it for some people, but it just is not for me. Like all of the faff around keeping and regularly breeding and replacing your hell horses, you know, and risking them getting unhitched to the wild and them attacking you all the time, and therefore increasing your logout timers and attacking other people and like
No,
messing you up
I
when you want to
would
step through
rather
a
be
portal.
helpful
It just sounds like so much work to go a bit faster. I just no. That's why I've never had hellhorse mounts. Like I've got them. I've got breeding
Four
pairs of
mules.
them.
Sorry, 4 draft mules. Brilliant.
I suppose we better, because we're not losing this one.
Yeah, you fight it. I'm just imping your cart.
I'll fight it with no stamina. Yeah, and I can see how if you've got quite large terrain to cross quite regularly, somewhere like Xanadu, I guess. But even then, it's still a lot of work. Like they're no good for a casual player, certainly. It does make it hard to spot dotted flowers when you're going at breakneck speed. You know, you just want a nice little ambling. We're like hobbits. We're like hobbits in our little hobbit carts, trundling through the countryside, eating nice foods, getting our asses kicked by random mobs along the way. Like, we're not here to be the riders of Nazgul. We're here to be hobbitses. Yes, please. I could switch to my maul, but I don't want to. Also, did I leave my sleep bonus going? No, I didn't. Oh well, I have been eating my second breakfasts. I've been picking through my dinner when I remember. I'm about as good at remembering to eat in Worm as I am in real life, to be honest. Where I also frequently forget to eat for hours and hours. Sounds like you accept the nice food and stuff and more getting troll clubbed. Hard to spot dragons too. I mean, not gonna lie, if we find a dragon out here, we're probably still being like, right, here's the dragon, bye. Because it's not going to be terribly easy for us to get help out here. It's not like we've got a summoner with us.
I mean, if we find a dragon out here, you know we're dead, don't you? Because we're not fast enough to get away from
We
it.
we could abandon the cart and ride the horses. They're speed horses, which is why they're not good at dragging a cart, because they're speed horses, not draft horses. But we could just ditch the cart, take the horses, let the dragon follow us as far as we need, and loop back round for it later, or just come and get it at a later date if we had to. That would be quite a nice end to a stream sometime, wouldn't it? Just fleeing for our lives, abandoning things in our wake, just riding for the hills. So, hang on, we're at a crossroads. I'm going to struggle a little bit. Sorry if I don't think my glasses are going to help with this, but I'm getting a visual migraine. It's actually not called that. It's called something else. Like, so it doesn't hurt, but it just means that like I've got all kinds of like snow in my vision for about 20 minutes. And I think it's not called that. It's actually called something else. A silent migraine, I think it's called, where there's like no pain and no other effects. It's just your vision goes kind of snowy, and it's about 20 minutes on the dot for me usually. So I'll put my glasses on for a little bit. I'm not sure it's going to help that much, but I'm going to be squinting a bit and a bit slower to just read stuff.
As long as you're okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all. It's just kind of weird and annoying. Especially when it happens during the workday when I'm trying to, when I'm trying to type and read something, I'm like, suddenly I can't see text. You've never come across a unique 10 in the wild? I mean, I haven't come across them very often. I've also never gone hunting for them. I've stumbled across a dragon on Christmas Day a couple of years ago that poor Nine was out looking for. And I found it and pointed it out to him. And a forest giant stumbled across me once on a hillside. That's the one that kicked me into the lake. But I think that's it. I feel there might have been another one. Might have been another dragon in the wild at some point. And I'm somebody that travels quite a lot. Like, not specifically looking for uniques, though. I'm somebody who spends a lot of their time, wastes a lot of their time wandering and exploring and flower picking in the wild and botanizing and doing forestry and, chasing after rare and unusual animals. So they're not very happenable, even to somebody who explores quite a lot. You once came across a cyclops while exploring on an alt on wild. Did you off a cliff? Yeah, you had a visual migraine a few days ago. If you want to see one in the wild, not that you can do anything with it, but if you want to see one in the wild, probably the best place to go is to the test server. Because when I spawned into the test server, the first time, the one of possibly only time I spawned into the test server, if you just go running across the server from the point that you spawn, you'll come out onto a plane, and there's just fucking uniques dotted everywhere. I was like, oh, there's a dragon over there. Shit, there's another one over there. And there's just me like running across the plains trying to get to the other side of the map where Calvert's test character is, because we were testing some stuff that we were building. And like just going across through like a spawned rift camp for some kind of testing with like more and more uniques just sort of like appearing on the horizon. That's quite a good place to go and just see one up close outside of a public slaying without, you know, losing your character and your skills. That you care about on your home server. Hello, Andre. Epic is also filled with... Well, you know, but we've spent a bit of time on Epic. Yeah, in fairness, I can see that there would be more in Elevation. We spent a little bit of time on Epic, but I think on our server, they tend to be quite readily hunted and looked after. But certainly for a long time, I know certain servers, or possibly all servers on Epic, had a uniques problem. That eventually they went and got help, and that might have been Elevation went and got help rounding them up and killing them, because there just weren't enough active Epic players to stay on top of the population, and they were being quite dangerous.
Stuck in the middle of the water, because it was a bit of a beast. Don't know if it's still there.
What, on Serenity?
On Elevation.
Oh, okay. You don't normally find them, but you've been to plenty of slayings on Worm Unlimited. The first one you saw was back in 2013 on the side of a mountain. When I've come across, like the dragon that I found, the Christmas Day dragon, was just chilling out by the canal, by the Tarawick Canal, where it opens out in the desert. It was just hanging out by the waterside, just doing a stretch. And that was, I think, part of what pissed 9 off so much, because he'd just been that way. And I was like, oh, I'll keep an eye out for you. And then in the middle of this pale yellow desert, there's a black fucking dragon just stretching its wings. And I'm like, oh, there it is. Like, literally 2 minutes after I'd passed him, I was like, it's right there. How did you miss it? Fuck's sake. He came rounding back around. I was like, it's just chilling in the open. I don't know why you found it so hard to find.
It was quite fun when the Cyclops found Ferris.
Yeah, so that's the one that you've got, like, the little... So tell us the story.
Oh, he was just like, I found a Cyclops, like it found him, and we went out, and we just looking at it, running around the desert going like, well, now what?
Oh, like, in the desert,
like,
what, near Ruffleholm? Near New Ruffleholm?
Yeah. Very close.
What do we do
So
with
I was
this
just,
one?
like, messaging, like, Stan and Nine and Bob, like hello,
Guys, help, please. That, like,
I got to help round it up. I don't know that I was actually much help, but Bob was very nice about my efforts.
the good eggs. The forest giant that I found, I mean, he was literally, like, blending into the trees. I didn't spot him, because although they're tall, if you are in forest, which is where you tend to find them, they are so tall that actually the bulk of them tends to be up in the tree line. So it probably partly depends on the kind of trees you've got, but their legs just blend in a little bit more to those kind of, like, all those trunks you see in the distance. So it's only when you mouse over them and you suddenly catch the outline that you're like, wait. Yeah, it's absolutely like a lottery. But the point is, Bun, that 9 had literally just been there looking for it, and 9 is probably one of the best dragon hunters I know, or unique hunters. Like, you know, 9 and Bob and Stan and Eris, and you know, and some of their alliance mates and things are well practiced at this. They know what they're doing. And I think it was just particularly galling to him that he had just been through that way, and then I was like, look, it's just basking on the sand. Right. I stopped because we're at this crossroads, and I've been waffling, and I actually need to just look at the map.
Sorry, I'm skipping your call.
Make sure. I know you are. That's good. You keep doing that. So we want to go. That's. Am I looking at the wrong... Oh, okay. I'm looking at the wrong bit of map. It's fine. It's... Yeah, it's all good.
It's all under control.
It is all under
It's meant to be
control.
like
I know
this.
exactly what I'm doing. I think. It's not the crossroads I thought it was, but we're fine. Fort Haven outpost. Hang on. Let me just check. Yes, I do. I do know exactly where I am. It's all golden. We're golden. We're all good. So if we pass the Dark Regis towers, and I haven't noticed, just point them out to me because that's where I want to turn. There's some weird bits of map that I kind of want to go up and have a look at and see what's there because they look funny. Funny on the kind of the topographic view.
Hunters?
No, is that the one that Madoon got you onto a little while ago?
Yeah. It's when he said we're golden. I thought, oh, I wish I could sing properly and I could sing for you. But I can't. It was a cool story.
So this is on your Worm Unlimited Tan. So the GM spawned you one and you still can't find it. So what are you one of the are you a Sklo player? Do you play on one of the other ones? What Worm Unlimited server do you play on Tan when you play there? Because I know we've got some other. Do you know what? I find it really difficult to pronounce. I don't know if it's meant to be difficult to pronounce. What is it? Sklotopolis? Sklotopolis?
Sklotopolis? Call it
Sklot.
Right.
The problem with this silent migraine or whatever the fuck it is as well is it's also making it hard. So I keep being like, is that? No, it's just purple. Even worse than normal. Maybe I'll stop veering and I'll just rely on Ruffle's eyes. I'm sure she's looking.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely paying 100% attention to
That's
where
what
we're
I
going and
figured.
what we're doing.
That's what I figured. No, you don't need to be paying attention to where we're going. You need to be looking for flowers. We need flowers.
Right. I'm usually looking for piles of discarded fragments.
Yeah, that too. And goblin camps. You play on Commonwealth. Okay, that's not one I've heard of before. Thing is, I own Worm Unlimited and I've played some Worm Unlimited, but I've never played on any of the other hosted servers. I have only ever played Worm Unlimited as a sort of a sandbox to explore sort of worm stuff, but it just didn't scratch the itch for me. I think without other players in that space, it completely lost its charm, and I wasn't really. I think I wasn't really interested. If I was going to go play a community game, I wanted to play the original one. The charm of sort of like the extra modding and stuff like that isn't enough. At that point, I'd rather go back to Worm Online, and so I did. So I haven't really played that much on the copy of Worm Unlimited I've got. I played it for a little bit, but it just doesn't come close for me. So many purple flowers, though. Right, which tower? Okay, we're nearly at the towers I want, but not quite, and I'm a bit worried that we're going down into a dip, and then I'm going to be like, right, now we're going to go north. But hopefully we're going to go north up a road. So I think it'll be fine. Wait, is it that road? Is it?
I think it should let me rare your cart on stream. I think that would be good.
Yeah, and we won't even see the rare roll. Hello, Spidey. It might be this, you know. There should be another tower somewhere up there if it's where I'm trying to get to. So let's leave that Spidey behind if we can. And see what we can find. I'm looking for a Dark Regis tower. Don't know, you know. Not convinced this is the right turning. But I can't see...
Don't put me in the thorns, don't put me in the thorns.
Whoops! Sorry. What was the tower we've just passed? Hang on.
I didn't see a tower.
No, of course you didn't. You were paying such close attention.
My
eyes are not working properly. We're a right pair. Apparently I've accidentally turned guard towers off. Let's turn those back on. because that would help. What did we say? War gear. Okay. So this should be it, but on the map it looks like it's a 3-tile wide. Looks like it's a 3-tile wide road, which that is quite clearly not. It's also possible, of course, that it's changed since this map dump, but it's just, I don't know, it feels like, I think this might, maybe this is a new road, you know. It does feel a bit closer to the tower than it should be, because the tower's just there, so I'm going to risk it for a biscuit, and I'm going to carry on down and hope that there is another more major road up, because, yeah, this can't be it. I think this is a new road since the last map dump. Or possibly where that tower is marked is not quite correct, because I think it's this one that we want. Remind you, you need to go and rescue the GV map. Oh, the Golden Valley map for Worm Unlimited. Wait, you've got a Golden Valley map for Worm Unlimited? How so? How's that possible? Bum wants more hitching posts. Another 40. God, I can't see a fucking thing. There we go. That's the Dark Regis Tower. Right.
I'll make some when you give me access to all of them.
Has Bun got hitching posts on Floofshire that you can't access?
Not on Floofshire, no.
Okay.
It might be fixed now. Every so often the perms go a bit wild.
That's weird. Is that just hitching posts?
It's everything.
Is it because
Worm
they're
likes
off
to forget-
deed?
Worm likes to forget who's in your trusted friends list,
Oh,
which
I
is super helpful with
see.
perms.
I never used trusted friends for perms, so I wouldn't have encountered that.
Yeah.
Because I tend to set perms individually. In fact, I'd never set perms by deed until Bun got me doing it for Care Paravel. I didn't even know that that was a thing. I think early on when I said, "Do I need to put the settlement in?" and somebody said, "No, you can ignore that. We don't use that for anything." And I just took it as like,
You were like, good.
yeah. I was like, okay, great. That's something
Throw
I
that
can
out of my
completely
memory.
ignore. Okay, so this over here, this is the weird terrain that I was interested in, or parts of it. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of it. It's not all
It's
of
trying
it.
to tell you I'm not trustworthy, Bun.
Yeah, I wonder if because it's just a system that I never used, and I wonder if it gets overwritten by other things. Maybe because you've got other perms. Like I assume if you've got alliance perms and you've also got toon perms for somebody, I imagine you get whatever the most complete number of perms are, but I
It's
don't know
not
for
that, it's that
sure.
it keeps every so often it'll just kick people out of your trusted friends list.
So don't use your trusted friends list for perms. Use
It
a different
should
fucking
work, though.
system, but it clearly
should work.
doesn't. It doesn't though. So surely it's more frustrating to have to keep fixing it than to just not use it. Whilst you raise some complaints, maybe. And there was something weird looking up there as well. I don't know. Maybe it's just the tree
Thank you,
formation.
Bun. Yeah. Sorry. Normally I'm prepared for the bit where it
Did you
puts
get
me into the
dunked?
landscape. But that time I wasn't.
So what this? What this?
This is bridge.
No,
It's for
this.
getting from A to B.
Champion's Stronghold. This up here. What is? Probably
It's
something that
building.
we can't get into. She's so helpful. This is why I take
These
Ruffle on
trees.
glamping adventures, folks. Let's go and explore the landscape and see what we can see. What's this? Building. Tree. Lamp.
Ooh, what is?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at that. That's a pretty good view.
Yeah.
What is? What is? Jackal cresting over a mountain. Stars just starting to come up as well. So there you go. Now we're starting to transition into night. Pretty good.
Brr.
She is technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. You're quite right.
Yes, yes.
Thank you for the follow, Andrew. This isn't actually what I came to see. It's just having gotten to that kind of confluence of bridges. I was like, what
it.
these? What these? Help if I were back into my event window, wouldn't it? Spider Gardens, apparently. This is Spider Gardens. We are on deed though, right? So
But
who doesn't prefer a bear behind? God, look at that though. How's that for a, like it's like the viaducts. Sort of like, you know, there's some quite famous bridges. Sort of up in Scotland. But also like these kind of like high viaduct like things. I'm just gonna, you know what, maybe I'll turn climb on for once. I don't normally, but I have to say even for me this is a little bit what a little bit fear inducing.
my cart now.
Oh, you're welcome to drive. Would you like to? Brilliant. Be nice to have a rest. I could do some fletching. But I mean, the amount of material that this must have taken is a lot, and that is a pretty comprehensive forest. I mean, look at it. It goes on for miles. I wonder why it's called Spider Keep. The thing is, though, if you were just a little bit further north, like on that hillside over there, I reckon you'd get an almost perfect sunset between those mountains. But you want to be, like, not that I'm somebody who places deeds based on where the sun goes down or anything. You'd want to be just a little bit further up, because that would be a particularly nice view if you could just kind of center that sunset on a nice hillside somewhere. Perfect. You can't move, Sol. No, the deed needs to move. I think I'm alright. I can mostly see again now. Back in my early days of photo editing, somebody once caught me just tidying up a flock of birds, and they were like, "You can't just tidy up nature." Like, and I remember it so well. I was like, I suppose I can't really. Like, it hadn't occurred to me. Like, I was just sort of like tidying and perfecting, without really thinking about it. But they were horrified. They were like, you can't just tidy up a flock of birds." And I was like, well,
Moomin.
I mean, that's true. That's true. Good night, Moomin. It's a beautiful spot for a view bun, but also a pain in the ass to reach. You're nowhere near a portal. You're nowhere near the water. You are near a highway, but, you know.
This is why you need to win the lottery. When you win the lottery, you can make a load more priests. And just have priests at every deed.
Have a permanent portal ping priest here. But also, I think this might be one of the nice. I'm not sure that the epic residents would forgive me for this, but I feel like some of the epic servers might actually make for quite nice sort of like holiday pads, because you can portal in and out of your space. So if you found a view like this on epic up a mountain that was just a pain in the ass to get to, so you probably weren't going to get raided, you stick a portal there, and when you would just want to break for a worm, you could just step through your portal and bam, you'd be in your beautiful remote mountaintop deed with gorgeous views. Like, I might even get Calva over there that way. But yes, for Indy, I think you'd either need to be willing to do a lot of travel, or you'd have to invest in like a permanent portal ping priest.
You can go on a JK vacay.
You could go on a JK vacay, exactly. Like, this layering of horizons is particularly lovely here as well. It's not just that it's going down between the mountains, but it's also that sort of that layered terrain is particularly nice. We just need to be a bit further north, like maybe on this bit of land here, that I can see like there's an elevation here that you could build on maybe, and I think that would probably be about perfect.
2 days time. Crim's like, oh, I've got 7 deeds.
How many deeds? Have I got 6 deeds now? I know I have to count these up on stream, but I don't even remember how many I've got. I know it is less than I used to. The portals are not very well spaced out. Yeah, because of course it's based on historic sort of sites. So you had after Samling, I think it was then was it the Howl first? But then Freedom Market was, I guess, a public community site, because Freedom Market was never the start town, right? The start town was the Howl after Samling. So I don't quite know why Freedom Market also got a portal just up the road. It feels like when they put Haven's Landing in, for the size of the server, it kind of feels like Indy needed a second start town. Because and we know when they set up guidance, there's that shadow start town which they've yet to activate, and maybe they never will, but that exists on the map. Only you don't know that it's there until you go and look at it. You don't know what it is. And I kind of feel like Indy could have done with that. Still hasn't noticed.
I'd love
what
if there was a portal over at Samling. That would help me out a lot.
Still hasn't noticed what? You running off with my cart? I mean, I heard you being like, my cart now. Mwahaha. But I was enjoying the view. Harmony also has a market portal. Does it? I thought Harmony only had the 2. Because Harmony came in with 2 start towns to spread out the sort of the starting spaces. So what is it? Heartland and Harmony Bay were 2 original start towns quite purposefully, and you could pick which area of the map, broadly speaking, you wanted to start in. So that was purposeful. You had two active start towns from the start. It might be that one is now more or less a market one. Tell you what, let's turn the UI off. But yeah, I feel like Indy, when they put Haven's Landing in, I feel like Indy maybe needs a second one. And it's not that they were adding new start towns, it's that they were adding a tutorial space. They made the tutorial space on the main server for a while, on one of the main servers instead of on its own. This was in between them closing Golden Valley and opening Guidance. But for the size of Indy, it definitely feels like it still needs one up in the Samling area, up in the north end of the map. Instead, what we've got is like 2 in the middle, and one not all that far from them in the sort of in the southeast-ish. No, they had 2 right from the get-go, Bun. I'm sure they did. Because we chose between Heartland and Melody and Harmony Bay on day 1, because we were all looking at the map to see which bit, kind of which area of the map we wanted to start in, and therefore, like which bit of the map, which of the terrain features were the most interesting, and therefore which one you started in. I don't know, I might be wrong. I started at Harmony Bay on day 1. Like, I wouldn't 100% swear to it, but I thought it came in with 2, because also there was a whole naming furore. Originally, the names that they gave to the start towns went down like a lead fucking balloon, so they renamed them in a hurry. So when they first announced them, before the map was opened, they announced the names that they'd settled on for... I don't know if it was for the servers and for the start towns. I feel like it was just for the start towns, but they got changed quite quickly before it actually launched. So where have you gone, Ruffle? With my...
What the hell would you like to know?
I would, yes. Am I going to have to throw myself off this cliff and hope I land in you at the bottom? It does. By the time it goes down, and this is the part of the problem as well, like the sun actually doesn't set straight. But I feel like at this point, I don't know, I feel like the point that it's going down this little spiky mountain in the middle, I just want to be...
How have you screenshotted that as it is right now?
A bit more that way. Why?
Because it's pretty.
But I've caught it on stream. The whole thing's captured.
Screenshot it.
I've screenshotted it, woman.
Good.
Good. I'll do it again when it gets purple. I tell you what,
Yeah.
the other really nice thing about this is so many places on Indy suffers a little bit from being so high that when you get up to higher elevation, a weird thing happens with the horizon where the sun sets higher up than what looks like the horizon, because of the way it's built, because it's not rounded. So you end up with like a higher horizon point, like an artificial horizon point, which is actually higher up than the lowest parts of like the mountain and the terrain that you can see, and that spoils it a little bit. It spoils kind of the view like of sunsets from up Dragonfang as well. But this is one of the few spots I've been on Indy where you're at enough elevation and there's enough mountains that you can just about see it there, that flat line, but it doesn't look jarring for the sun to be going down, because there's only a little bit of space between that artificial horizon and the lowest bits of the mountain, whereas up Dragonfang you can have sort of, you know, mountains here and the sun sets here, and that does look weird and it kind of spoils it for me. So it's nice that that doesn't happen in this spot. F11 all the time, but the problem is though, then you never do anything with all of those screenshots. Like, you don't need
That's
that
not true.
many.
I look at them.
Do you?
I share them. Yeah, I do.
All of them
Yeah.
though? Mm. Tis lovely. This would be a great place. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to do it. This would have been a great place to film a warm-up for one of the streams. That would be a particularly nice one to have recorded. And often when I'm not on stream, when I'm just out and about and I find a nice spot like this, and the sun's going down or coming up, or even if it isn't, sometimes I'll just hover and wait for a sunset or a sunrise on a particularly nice spot. So that's where I get my little bank of warm-ups and cool, like warm-ups basically for the stream opening. Hey Cypher, how you doing? I mean, you don't spam Coterie, but you pop them in the Coterie channel, Tan, but the point is, like, the amount of screenies I take. If I put even 10% of them in there, you guys would be drowning in them. But yeah. So, impressive viaduct. Very impressive sunset. She's back.
We've got the old worm. I'm taking ownership of your Discord again. You have got the old worm pick section. You would have like screenshots, like a current screenshot section as well.
It is very much all of our Discord.
Could spam it as much as they wanted.
Yes. Yeah, Cypher, we were just coming and exploring an interesting bit of terrain on our way through Indy, and then we spotted this deed, and then while we were up here on this deed, the sun happened to be going down, and it was a particularly nice spot, so we stopped to wait for it. But we're the last of our glamping adventures through Indy. Well, that's the thing, Tan. I mean, I take them for myself as well. It's just I don't tend to look at them. Like, I might pluck out one or two particularly nice ones, and then I like, now that I get to use them in things like, you know, warm-ups, or use them for my loading screens, or like I build them into materials for stream, some of them actually do get used. But before I had a stream to use them on, I tended to take them because they were wonderful and then just not actually have anything to do with them, and therefore no particular reason to go looking at them, except occasionally when I'll go digging through my screenshots folder for something in particular, I'll see some nice ones that I've taken and I'll be like, oh, that's nice, that's another sunset, there's another sunset, and another one. I like experiencing them live far more than I enjoy sort of revisiting them, I guess. But I do take more now that I've got some place to be using them. So we're now, I think, up here-ish. But let me just check against an actual Indy map. Here-ish, actually, so a bit higher up. So we are just kind of crossing. I've accidentally turned deeds off, apparently. We're just crossing over sort of to the north of Llama City. We've got Ping Pong's Folly somewhere up over that way. I think. Am I in the right spot? Yeah, it's actually a little bit further along. So let's turn those off. Turn those on. Try not to run us off the side of a bridge. Is that decaying, or is it just wooden? Why do wooden bridges always look like they're decaying? I love how it just disappears into the tree line, though. That's like, pretty cool.
What's going
on? So yeah, so we're just sort of coming up to kind of somewhere down there is where's that bloody scorpion? Is that a scorpion all the way down on the ground? I think we've got Llama City somewhere to the south, and if we go a little bit further along, New Ultimarus somewhere up to the north. So broadly speaking, this is the area of Indy that we are in. Hello, Coughs. How you doing? You didn't see that path of insanity before. Infidels will be fed to the wolves. You realise they mean you. That's not path of insanity, isn't that a Labilla sermon? I think that's part of a Labilla sermon.
I think it is, yeah.
The Labilla, like, the sermons are actually quite funny if you listen to them, but especially Labilla's one. Same, if you see somebody doing puppetry in the area, it's difficult at an Implon because the event window moves so fast. But public slayings too. But if you ever get to watch like what's actually happening with a puppet show, some of those are particularly funny, especially if they've got their puppets enchanted, because then they get extra stuff that they do. Like
Raspberry's available for puppet shows.
Raspberry's doing puppetry. She can do you a puppet show. Like they'll
Recently
bite.
hit 70 in that very useful skill.
Nice. No, that's good. I love that. So hang on. Oh no, wait, hang on. I've got my orientation wrong, haven't I? Because we're going north. So actually, Llama City is over that way. Llama City's over that way, and we're heading north. And this is that weird bit of terrain that I was like, it looks like really high bridges. Well, it fucking is. That's what we're doing. So we're currently heading up, and New Ultimarus will be somewhere over there. And so Samling, where we kind of wanted to end up the stream, is all the way over that way somewhere. But for Madam, can you stop that? She's just scratching up my piano stool. You horror. What are you doing? Anyway, I'm just making sure that we're going to come up somewhere useful, but we are, because I think if we keep going north, we can then connect to a highway that will carry us west past the end of Ping Pong's Folly without getting dragged into some very, very difficult terrain. So let's do that. Llama City. Okay, Sandra, that was the first city you lived in when you started playing over 10 years ago. You're now the second person who's told me that they lived, not there, but lived near there. Somebody else was telling me the other day they lived just north of Llama City when they started playing, and I've never been. Should we go? Should we be trying to include that on our journeys? It is unfortunately a bit out of our way now. What time are we on? 3 minutes past midnight. But we have been dawdling a lot, and it's entirely my fault. But this was quite a fancy high road. I'm glad I went and sought this out. Quite aside from the very nice view that we got up there. Like there isn't really like a I was going to say trans mountain, but it's not really. It's actually it's bridging a valley in the midst of very, very large mountains. Indy does have some pretty spectacular kind of feats of pathing, of sort of like path making, road making, and things through bits of Indy. I always enjoy the Indy roads. So where do you live now, Andre? Are you still on Indy? Or are you elsewhere? I suppose we should, I don't know. It wasn't that long ago we started, right? It was 4 hours ago. Maybe we should post something in Freedom. Let's just, since we're not just starting up, let's just tweak ever so slightly. Just in case there's new indie people on who want to come and lend us their wisdom. You did beat it up. Right. Now. Why are there so many gravestones for just random champ mobs?
You're so helpful, Bun. I know exactly which one that is.
You moved to Xanadu a long time ago. Whereabouts on Xanadu are you based? Do you like it on Xanadu? Like, do you like the move? Are you glad you moved there? I'm always interested with sort of like, I know a lot of people moved to Xanadu because they wanted all of that big open space. And obviously some people really love it there and stay. And some people end up finding it's not quite right for them and they come back. And like, Xanadu is one of the only servers on SFI where I've never had a deed. So I'm always interested sort of what people love about Xanadu, the people that stay, or if it's just that that's where they built, that's where they're invested, so that's where they stay. And I was tempted once to drop a deed on Xanadu when I found a particularly weird little connected chain of islands, but not compelled enough to be sailing back and forth to actually do stuff there all the time. And this was before we had portals, so no portal ping priests or anything. Hey, Skyfalls, how you doing? See, now we're coming into more reasonable terrain, at least. More manageable. Tell you what, though, game's starting to get a little bit stuttery for me. So how far in are we? Like 4 hours? I only logged about half an hour before we started. This is clearly about the point that it starts to stutter. Because we often find this, like when we're kind of like, we're not quite at the end of a stream, but when I'm like 2/3 of the way through a stream, I appear to have reached the point, particularly when I'm traveling, but even sometimes when I'm staying still, where Worm starts to struggle and a relog would fix it, but it's getting a little bit like a bit stuttery now, and I think it's probably stuttery enough that it's worth me relogging, because it's not like we're right at the end. Right, Ruffle, you look relatively safe here from, well, bugger. Well, there's that wolf, but that's alright, because on the plus side, because I'm off deed and I've been in fights, Crim won't actually log out properly. I don't need to log out for load time, I just need to restart my client.
So it was briefly muted whilst vegetables were delivered.
Vegetables
to
I was going to say, to the rabbit. It could have been your snacking vegetables, you never know. Right, let's just bump Crim off for a minute. We will be right back. You're not going to hear us for a second on the be right back screen, but I will be right back. Right, we're coming back in. I probably could have just put us on the oops screen for the whole time, but never mind. Oh, and I came back in really close to my pumpkin lantern for a second there. That's interesting though that it, there we go, it's caught up. So poor Ruffle, having just been like, right, you're not going to hear us for a minute. As soon as I clicked over, Ruffle started responding to you memes. It's like, nope. But
yeah, because my brain's on a time delay, and as I was saying it, I realised what you'd said about they can't hear us, and then I was like mid-speaking such visual sentence.
I wouldn't want a humongous one.
I was saying memes, that's the same of any server.
Yeah. You can have a humongous one anywhere, but actually I don't want one bigger deed. I want more, like, I like the interesting kind of projects and like themed deeds and things like that. So yeah, one big deed does not really appeal to me. And to be honest, Brambleheim is way bigger than I would like it to be, just because it kind of has to be for creature ratio, and that makes me sad. And I always said that
one too many deeds on Delhi.
maybe. I always said that I didn't think I'd ever really leave Brambleheim behind, but I have to say recently I've been considering it. The trouble is though, if I leave Bramble, I mean I wouldn't disband the wildlife park, that would be a nightmare. But me leaving the village bit of Brambleheim doesn't actually help me with the wildlife park at all, because the problem is the deed ratio, not the actual space to put them. So I wouldn't gain any space by actually separating Brambleheim and the Wildlife Park and building a new Brambleheim somewhere else. I would have more space to put creatures that I don't have deed ratio for until it expands again. And just have to keep expanding it into the sea. So there you go, there's Ping Pong's Folly, which goes all the way up to the north coast, I think. Yeah, that takes you all the way up to the north coast of Indy. And then this down here. Did we pass through? I feel like we passed through this on the first stream, didn't we? This is new Ultimarus. And I thought we came through here. In fact, this might be one of the ones that we came back and forth through 2 or 3 times. Or was that Xanadu? There was somewhere that we kept going back and forth to when we were trying to find the Samling Memorial. First time, I think it might have been Xanadu, you know. Because I don't remember this sort of this terracing.
Oh, I got so excited when I saw the market
stall. I know! Anytime I see market stalls, I'm like, what? Oh. They're always empty. Always empty.
We just want to buy your stuff.
So there you go. This is one of Bratty's deeds. I don't think we did come. Oh no, it's the trader. Briefly, like, wait, ah, what's the wrong, boo?
The tower sort of centered.
Yeah, some nice placement. Are we breeding?
Pardon?
Oh, no, I'm not breeding, but it does matter because, like, you get a lot more disease. It is definitely a bigger problem if you're breeding. You're right, because you're more likely to get things like miscarriages. But I have got a lot of cared for creatures, and I don't want to introduce opportunities for them to die by other means, because I have spent money and time to get them all cared for, to keep them alive. So it's not like it's a deed that's just full of like breeding stock or flocks or spare animals or something. It's a curated collection of animals that cannot be replaced because they're all GM named spawns. Sort of, I don't know, 450, 500 of them or something, all different. And several of those also need feeding as well. So most of them, I think about sort of 70%, maybe more of it, and not grazing animals, so they're already at risk of starvation. And they're in shared pens. It is like a wildlife park. They're in sort of like biome open pens. So they are already at risk of starvation and disease, and I don't want to increase the rate of disease, because that's how I'll lose some. They lose their fat levels, importantly, I think, when they're diseased. And I work quite hard to fatten them all up to give them a buffer against times when I'm not around so much, but people are coming in the area and they're hungry and aren't being fed. So I try very hard not to let it drop below ratio. It doesn't hurt too much.
A spawner in local, and then it all just goes.
Yeah, and that's the problem, because I've got a beautiful big woodland up behind Brambleheim, but it means that there's almost always 1 or 2 spawners quite nearby, so I get wild animals just bimbling down the hill onto the deed. Can we get through here? I don't, because that looks like, although it looks like road, I think it's not. I think it's just a paved mound kind of thing. So where do we need to go from here? Yep. It looks like there is a road way, which, no, we want to take the North Road out, I think, which is the way that we just came, unless we want to go down to Llama City.
It's a bear. I was like, what are you fighting?
Robbie, I don't want to read that out loud because I know it's going to be terrible.
God, did you hear about the limo driver who was in business for 25 years without a single customer? All that time, nothing to show for it.
Always better in Ruffle's accent as well. No. What was the verdict on Llama City? Is Llama City something we should go and see, or is it just quite long-standing and therefore sort of sentimental value? How are we relative to? Because we could zigzag down and see that. We passed right by it, but because we were following the coast down when we came down past Celestial, we turned we turned west across the Samling span when Llama City would have been to the east. So I feel like what we should probably do is either go and pick up that big diagonal highway again, or take a road north back north out of Ultimarus, head back towards the Wicked Wench. Poor dead bull. Right, which way? So we just come from the north, right? Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes. Right, I'm gonna go this way for now and just see what we see along the way, because I think this will zigzag us back down towards the big diagonal highway. I thought you had a dolphin on your head for a second there. I think it was just the moment that I turned and like the way the light was glinting on it or something.
Yes.
Looked like you had some kind of a dolphin helm
on my head.
Yes. Precisely. I like that the houses have got like little street names and numbers. It's cute. Memories of the North. What this? Oh, Bun's breeding. Hang on, I just want to go see what this is. I wondered if it was some kind of museum. Could be a church. It does look quite church-like. I mean, that was my first assumption. I just want to go and have a peek. If it's even open, it may not be open to us, in fairness. It is open and it is a church. There you go. It's just an unusual name for a church. Which is why I was like, is it a museum? It's unusual, I suppose, to see churches with actual roofs on. We're so used to now people using bridges for church roofs. But I have to say, it does make a nice apse if you've got the... I can never remember what it's called. I'm not good at my sort of names of parts of churches. But because it's this cross shape, you do get that nice kind of shaped and vaulted ceiling. I often think it's quite interesting that in Worm, for a game that is polytheistic, like we've got a pantheon of gods effectively, so Worm is a much more pagan system than it is any kind of Judeo-Christian system, and yet the majority of our churches are modelled after like churches instead of after sort of any other kind of like temple structure or pantheon kind of pantheon worship structure. And occasionally you do find them. I really like when I find like wild faux temples and things with trees growing up the middle. I'm always surprised in a way that we sort of like, it's nice to be able to build a church structure, like to use those design principles, but I'm always pleased when I see a non-Christian temple space or sort of like more like a Roman pantheon type space or something like that kind of incorporates aspects of the gods. I keep feeling like I should do one as well, because I've done the same. Like I've built a church on Bramblehome, which I then later converted into the cat chateau when I no longer needed the church. But I always think that when I'm thinking about planning like new deed spaces and things like that, Nacho's your only god. But when I think about sort of like, you know, new deed spaces and things, and I think about the kind of things I want in it, I frequently think about sort of how I could do temples dedicated either sort of a temple to all of the gods, but actually I think what would probably be more thematic, although less practical, would be temples to individual gods, because you could do something really interesting then. And I've seen a single like quite a cool Libilla temple, only a really little one. There's one somewhere on release, I think is up near Holt McCracken's place, where they've just got like these bits of like broken down pillar and like decayed pot built like fences and things, and it reminds me a little bit of the obsidian nether portals that you find in Minecraft or something like that. It's got that kind of vibe to it, but I really like when I find those sort of like thematic for a particular god dedicated spaces. I wish I saw more of them.
I could do something like that because I've got a lot of space on Floofshire.
Like, and it's easy to think what you might do with a faux one. For example, like Venora. Although Venora's largely about roads, I'd be tempted to do Venora's as something watery. Like I like the idea of like a partially sunken temple. I'm always a little bit sad that you can't sink mission structures properly. Like you can sink a lot of the land around them, but you can't sink the structure itself. Because I really like the idea of like sunken pylons and stuff like that, where you can just kind of like see bits of them, almost like a Lost Atlantis kind of effect. But you can't. I mean, you can do it with a lot of things. You can't do it with the mission structures themselves, sadly. And I think that's true even if they're on deed, but I wouldn't swear to it. I think that's true. Because there's so many things I would like to do with mission structures if I could get them underwater or partially submerged or completely submerged. Tell you what, Llama City's only 200 tiles. Let's go and have a look-see. Let's have a look-see. On Harmony, you've got a temple to the White Light Gods and an underground shrine to Libilla. Yeah, I've seen. Do you know what? And I've seen some interesting mine temples to Libilla, like almost like dark, cultish spaces in basements. And I always think they're really cool as well. Like creepy dark cults in the dark, deep recesses of the world. I don't think I've ever seen an interesting depiction or idea for a temple for Mag, though. I'm sure there must be some out there. Like, I suppose for Mag, you'd be looking at something maybe a little bit more dojo-like, like some kind of fighting space. I don't know. I don't really have much inspiration for Mag, but I know how I would want, or some of the ways I might want to do the others. In some ways, I find Mag the least
Yes.
inspiring god.
As long as it's a dojo and not a pussy palace, eh?
Not a what?
A pussy palace.
I'm sorry, one more time. Why would it be a pussy palace?
I guess you've not listened to Lily Allen's new album.
No. Should I? Thank you for the follow, Cass. Your
She has a very catchy song.
Okay.
Song. It's called Pussy Palace. And the chorus goes like, you know, I never thought it was your pussy palace. I always thought it was a dojo. So yeah.
I have no words. Yours is set up with a smelter and a forge. Yeah, like a workshop space. Actually, that's I suppose a nice way to do Mag would be to go for a kind of like Dwarves in the Deep sort of thing. Like maybe actually Mag would be a good one for like deep in a mine as well. That kind of like industry space might be a good theme for Mag. I like that. Or I don't really know why I associate this with Mag, but I feel like if you had a cool volcano or something, like that would be a good place to like center your Mag temple somehow. Maybe it's just like the molten, like because it reminds me of molten metal and stuff. I don't know, but right. So Llama City, we want this way. But yeah, I think this probably was partly started by seeing a particularly cool kind of faux temple. Like I say, like somebody did a really cool kind of wild faux temple with like they'd picked the stonework that has like the rambling ivy down it and things, and you had like this great oak tree up the middle, and so it really looked like the forest had claimed it, and it was just a sort of an open on all sides pantheon-like building, but it was all for faux, for sort of like, you know, I don't know, sort of it reminds me a little bit of those kinds of like fallen down fallen down kind of ruins and bits of lost civilizations that you find in some games. Some of the really, like, some of my favorite sorts of terrain to go exploring in other games. And they had that kind of a vibe to it, that sort of like fallen civilization, urban decay reclaimed by the wilderness, with a lot of green stuff around it. And I just thought it was awesome, and I suppose it got me thinking about why we don't do that more with our depictions of gods and the spaces set to worship them in WoW. And we tend to just kind of default to that monotheistic, very, very kind of like Christian church model with the vaulted roofs, and sometimes with the apse and the cross-shaped layout, and with that kind of like very organized religion sort of spaces for sitting worship. I mean, I guess we have sermons and things like it aligns with that. We preach, we have sermons in the game, so it makes sense to have not even fighting the spider. It makes sense to have a space for worship where you could sit and listen to that thematically. Maybe part of it is also that it is quite difficult to do sort of more organic or rounded kind of buildings, like temple spaces often were. They were quite circular often, but not always. Sometimes they were just big kind of, if you think about, like, I don't know, like sort of Colosseum-like spaces maybe. I'm on a ramble now. Right. Now.
I'm still in shock about the
Rambling
Fussy
between-
Palace. That's what it is.
Yeah, I probably am.
Maybe your cat chateau could have a rename.
I am not renaming my cat chateau, and you've got to be very, very careful. Careful how you say cat chateau as well. I'm gonna have to go and listen to it, Cass, after this. I'm gonna have to now, but I just I was like, how did we
It's not
get from
catchy.
dojo to I don't know, that's an earworm that
Because
I want though.
That's the lyrics.
I know, but so this is Llama City for anybody who used to live here or used to live near here and catches this stream later. I don't know how much this has changed over time, but since we've had it mentioned a few times, it's nice to get to just see. And like here as well, right, we've got a rectory here. This is another thing that we do a lot. Like, we build, I've seen some, and I like them, don't get me wrong, I've seen some like some monasteries and things that we build as well, but again, it's like, it's odd that that's what we gravitate towards for a pantheistic religion, and we still end up with like monasteries and churches and cathedrals. Maybe it's just that this is largely played by people who live in the West, so we have less exposure to some of the kind of the pantheistic world religions that might otherwise influence our style of building. Like so many kind of medieval fantasy games, this is very much European medieval in feel. So I guess it ties in with that as well. But even in the naming as well, like, we call them churches and cathedrals far more often than we call them temples, I think. I would dearly love, there's lots of things I would like added into this game in terms of building stuff. I would dearly love for us to have diagonal walls and fences. It would open up so much in terms of both, on our diagonal highways, for example, fences that followed the diagonal line, but also it would open up octagonal buildings and towers, which is a lot closer to something circular. What was that, Ruffle?
Oh, I can't get in. I was excited because they were separately named god buildings, but they're actually empty, so.
Swedish-made game, so assumed, yeah, northern European, exactly. And also that's partly why I'm always kind of sad that we don't have more lore in the game, because there's those snippets of it that come up in little bits of the game, and like there's whispers of them on the wiki and the stuff. But you know, one of my favorite things about sort of, you know, medieval Northern Europe is the very, very rich and diverse folklore, and it feels like there's bits of it woven into the game, but only in a really small way. And I think Worm could have such a rich lore. I guess it's one of those things that's more difficult to develop later in game, and that's one of the things that really pleased me about stuff like Grimbleat, because they've started introducing sort of bits of like worm lore and mythology, so that's now sort of like a part of like the, I don't know, the folklore or the belief system or the whatever of Worm. But it could have so much more of that. I'm a folklore nerd though, so you know, I might be biased. So anyway, so there we go. So that was Llama City. Which way are we now facing? North. I think that's good for us. You just want a guitar in game to use as a weapon. I mean, you can yell that when whacking people if you want. It's not quite the same trying to hit them with a church bell though, is it? Which is about the closest thing to an instrument we've got. I've got a little hand bell as well. I suppose sort of like I really like where games can incorporate music in the game. I think the folk music aspects of games can be really lovely, like where Calvin and I have been playing Medieval Dynasty, for example. There's a bard troupe that will go to towns that have got taverns and play kind of folk music, and it's lovely. It adds so much to the game, even though they're like these little set pieces. It adds a lot of real like feel to the game. The bards in the taverns in Skyrim add a lot to the game. If you've ever played Sea of Thieves, sort of like when you're out sailing at sea, you can all get your instruments out and play on your hurdy-gurdy and sing sea shanties and things. And like, and those bits, music is such a rich and important part of actual history, but also of cultures, of like cultural distinctiveness. And so I think it's one of those things, a bit like folklore, that would really enrich a game like Worm. But I appreciate why it's difficult to bring that kind of stuff into the game. Like it's not easy.
Me one instrument that I can play.
Stop it.
So I will play that.
You've got bells. I heard you play them earlier. Are you saying that? I know. Are you saying that you want more melodic channel points? So I need to do more ridiculous ones? I mean, the amount that those sheep and chickens go off, I'm pretty sure that you've got like half of a farm orchestra there as well. Yeah, Lord of the Rings. I gather has got some super ones. There's a lot of games really, really enriched by that, and it's because music and folklore and religion are really some of the kind of the cultural markers that make a world or a people or a time feel distinct. You know, music is very, very evocative of certain periods, so it's used to great effect with the kinds of instruments that you're using, for example, in sort of medieval-ish or historical fantasy or sort of like non-fantasy fiction. In television and film and things, music is often used to great effect to build that atmosphere. And Worm's got a wonderful atmosphere in a lot of ways. But if you have the music on in Worm, like the actual music in Worm, like I love it. It's got a very soft, like it's got a place in my heart. Except for that one track that I hate that kind of just ruins the vibe for me. But I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it could be enriched in some really wonderful ways, but I suppose not ways that would really pay off for the amount of dev time and cost and things like that to finding a way to actually make it work authentically in the game. I don't know. Do you know, we're fine. Magically, I'm going in the right direction. Because I wasn't paying any attention at all. I was just winding my way along roads while I rambled. But this will take us all the way to
Waffle.
Xanadu, which is exactly what we want. I thought I might suddenly find that I was going in completely the wrong direction because I had just not paid any attention at all. So this will take us back to Xanadu, and from Xanadu, I reckon we can then find our way back to the Samling.
That's really close. Wow.
Back to the Samling Memorial Site where we started back in January our first glamping adventure on Indie or at all.
Yeah.
I know.
Isn't that nice?
We've managed 11 glamping adventures this year, so we only missed one month. Pretty good. Bun and I are lagging behind a bit though. We haven't managed to make treasure hunting streams as often, partly because we had like DRF in the middle, so the DRF in Pelong and Easter like wiped us out for a bit, and we took a little bit of a break then. I think there's another one that we've missed. So I think Bun and I are up to 8. Bun and I got 8 out, so we've been managing a treasure hunting stream kind of every 6 weeks on average. And Ruffle and I have managed a glamping stream almost every kind of 4 to 5 weeks. This way to Celestial. How are we doing for time? I think, sadly, the last time I went past Celestial Market, I think quite a lot of the merchants had left, but there were still some there. I keep meaning to go and drop by again and just have a nosy. That's Damona's, one of Damona Nightshade's deeds. So Damona was one of our community manager before Army, for a couple of years. And before her, it was Retro for many years. He was the first community manager I encountered and was community manager for a long time. But Damona is known for her very, very colourful, often very purple and pink, very colourful deeds. And she's also an animal collector. I think, do you know what? I think this is one of the roads. I'm going to go find it because we're going to be on this road for a little while. I will find it so that I can drop it in at the end and don't let me forget. But there is a time lapse run through like the countryside of Indie in early-ish Indie days, like not super early, but like in the first. I think it's in the first. When did Indie open? What year did Indie open? So I think this was probably around 2011. So first couple of years of Indie, but maybe it was earlier than that. It might have just been that it was uploaded to YouTube in 2011. So there's a time lapse run through Indie, and I'm pretty sure that this is one of the, because it's obviously one of the older roads of Indie. But I feel like I'm recognizing some of this terrain, so I think this is one of the roads that they run along. And it's this charming thing that I found for sort of like a glimpse of old Indie. Obviously at speed, but also a lot of the old models for things, so like the old stone walls and the old animal models and stuff like that. And they've got quite an interesting collection of little videos and things there. I don't know, Bun. I mean, Damona's deeds are still up and going, but I haven't encountered Damona in-game for a while. But then Damona didn't often travel much, or at least not to things like, not to the sort of community events and things that I would go to. So I don't know. Does anybody else know? I suspect that Damona took a bit of a break from Worm after she left the staff team, because I know that was a very unhappy time for a lot of staff. And I don't know if she sort of came back with gusto from that, or if that kind of soured her relationship with it in some ways. I don't know. I mean, I don't really know Damona except in passing and by her deeds. Like I think I've encountered her like passing through her local a couple of times since then. But yeah, I don't know if she's still active. I think we're just coming up on Xanadu. Right, let me go find that link before I forget completely, so that I've got it to drop on you at the end. So I think that Xanadu's the deed that we kept coming back and forth through.
We kept like getting
we kept getting turned around and then going like we retraced our steps 2 or 3 times. Okay, I found the right YouTube account. Now I just need to find you the right video. And it's got some nice bouncy music, so you can enjoy this after the cooldown. Go and watch this. Even if you speed through it, it's kind of charming. It's kind of charming, and I love it. There we go. It's a wall collapse. So I'll drop that off with you in a bit. And particularly for those of you who played kind of early days of indie, if you haven't seen it before, it might be a little bit of a sort of a, I don't know, a blast from the past for you. All right. Let's just deal with this very eager spider. Now, I confidently said earlier that I figured that we could probably... Do you know what? Since I reloaded Crim, I've just realised she has no sound. Let's just turn that back up so I can actually hear the world. I confidently said earlier, right,
I wonder why you never commented when I ring my little bells.
No! I've only just clocked. That we could probably find our way back to Samling now, having gone back and forth several times to find it. And I'm sure that's still true, if only I can figure out the right way. There go the bells, thank you. Wait, how are you doing that bell?
What?
How are you swinging... Oh, that...
The bell that I'm right next to.
I couldn't see it because your bloody log was in the way. You were waving a tree in my face. I thought you were somehow, like, with your log, were just... I was like, why are you making bell sounds? What the shit? Oh man, you threw me right off. How are you doing it? I was like, are you crafting a bell? Surely you can't use a bell just like on the ground. Yeah, but if I used third person I would see, but I would also then have a horrible time playing, because third person does not work for me at all, and I get way more disoriented in third person. Not fun for me at all. Right.
Yeah, I get so confused with third.
I can definitely, probably do it, I think. I feel like I can do it. I know where I'm going.
I believe in you.
I'm going to make a beeline for where I think the Samling Memorial is after all of that backing and forth thing, and we're going to see if my memory is that terrible after only a year. But I'm pretty sure it's just... Wait, where the fuck's the road going? Where's the road?
Nowhere.
Where's the... What? What? It was...
From like such confidence, like, oh.
Have I come out the right...
Oh no, there's definitely like a lamp there. Like
there is a lamp. There is a lamp there. I think. Where did the road go? Oh, do you know what? I still don't have a Dragonfang statue, and I'm gutted that I missed my opportunity to.
There's a whole row of lamps there.
There is
The
a whole...
road clearly did go there once.
Okay, but it hasn't disappeared since the start of this year, right? I just came off the wrong bit of...
I don't know.
I don't know, that was the centre of the deed though, right? That's definitely the middle of the deed where we kept coming... Right, fuck it, you know what? I'm going to stay with it.
Follow the knot
I'm
road.
going to stay with it, I'm going to follow the knot roads. I don't know why the road would have been
like
taken down, but the ramps haven't. I mean, there's a road over here as well. Maybe they just replaced it with a different road. Maybe that's the remains of an old road, because we've got a highway here. But this one is not, like, the main one out of there. How strange. So anyway. Blink twice if you need a sum. But yes, I'm jealous of your Dragonfang statue, and to be honest, I'm really kind of...
Me too.
Sad that I missed, like, the indie treasure hunts and all of the fun stuff that happened here. That is exactly my kind of jam. I would kill for something like that in game again now. And that was one of Enki's many things, wasn't it? I mean, Enki really did do some fun stuff. Fun stuff in the game. I miss Enki and his shenanigans. Do you want... making a beeline for that memorial site.
You know, unidentified.
Are they? Oh,
no,
God.
don't stop identifying them. Just take them.
Do I need to put a little blankie?
What?
Over your head as we just cross through the rest of this? Because if there's one pile, I worry there might be many more. I have to say, I'm not seeing any at the moment.
Not looking for them.
You bloody hell! I can hear you. I can hear your head turn.
Hear me what?
Looking.
You can hear me looking.
Yep. And there's definitely not some there.
Am I looking though?
Clearly not well enough. Thank goodness. Right, carry on.
Oh, over there!
You missed her! Oh no! Fuck. Good night, Maddie. There she goes. Oh, fuck. I was so busy trying to direct Ruffle's attention away from the frags that I missed the fucking memorial site that I was making a beeline for, which is right here, by the way. But that doesn't mean I did come out the right way. Shut your face, bun. Yes, I did. And the last time we came here, we discovered this is one of the ones which was taking damage, or at least parts of it were. So it doesn't seem to have now. But we found on our indie adventures, like, certain parts of it. There you go. There's your original Escoffier. This I'm pretty sure this sign was one of the ones that we found that was, like, taking quite a lot of damage.
Oh, you shush your face.
So not all of the GM signs seem to be automatically protected. The one at Titch's site, I don't know if that was protected or if it was just such high quality it hasn't taken a damage tick yet. But we repaired this at the start of the year when we came by, and were kind of horrified to discover that it had damage on it. So here you go. So this is the original. This is the Samling Memorial site. This is all that's left of it, but this is where the original start town on Indy stood, and there's a little bit of information if you go and examine the sign to tell you about it. So there you go, June 2009. And for anybody who wasn't with us at the start of these glamping streams when Ruffle was telling her stories while she's going and digging up frags from whatever piles she's found, Ruffle was one of the toons that I know who travelled from JK home on that great big exodus. You were given, like, what did you say, like a few days notice or something? Like, not,
it wasn't super long.
Like, not that much time. But she sailed across on
the real
one
thing
toon.
they didn't get noticed for was the previous thing before that, but
yeah, where they suddenly made a PvE server PvP.
Yeah, that was great. I loved that
they ruined
did that
everything.
When I wasn't at home.
So the sort of the exodus when JK Home closed and Independence opened. I'm up at the memorial site, literally just next to where those frags were, up the slope.
Oh yeah.
So Ruffle spawned one of her toons in at this site, at the Samling site, and sailed another one over on a boat, which she still owns. And have you now donated it to the museum? I know you keep intending to.
Actually sort it. It's over at the museum, and it has half the perms it needs.
So she's got a boat that came from JK Home with a really old player signature on and things like that. That's being sort of loaned or donated to the Rockcliffe Museum. Because it's older than Indy. And we like things like that. So there you go. If you want to find it, if you want to come and have a look at this point, particularly, I guess, if you were an early Indy player and you sort of want to go and, like, and you were around for Samling, you can head directly west out of Xanadu, the town Xanadu, that is. It is between Xanadu and, what's it called? Rosewood Farms. It's like sandwiched between the two of them, and it is also very, very close to the coast. Like, the coast is literally just there. So when we started our adventures, we landed just on the east north coast, started our first camp there. And in fact, I kind of want to go and see and repair our first glamp campsite. I feel like we should finish where we began.
We should.
For, whatever the word is. Did you not want those fragments then? Were they not good enough for you? These ones. All over the ground.
there's not actually fragments in that one. Where's the... No, they're fine. I've checked those.
Okay. So, where did we come up? It must have been a little bit further over because I'd have been kicking myself if we had come up literally next to the memorial site and turned the wrong way. I think we came just a little bit further over up. So I'll go and find the route back down. You remember swimming from JK Home to Wild to get 80 quality iron. Back in the days of ore caps. What are ore caps? Tell me about ore caps. You swam everywhere on JK Home, Tan, or ran. I think it's just over here-ish. So the home servers were capped at 50 quality ore. I see. Okay. So you had to brave going to over to Wild to get the better stuff. Has the route that we came up also changed?
I have no idea.
Because we came up, there was like quite a sharply bit of terraformed land. I'm going to have to go and have a nosy along the coast now and see. In fact, is it that somebody's deeded here and that's why so much of this space has changed? Or was this already here? I don't know. Because this is where we came up, I think, under this bridge. So there you go, that road, I think, led all the way... Oh, I think it's where that road has... Maybe where that road has been destroyed, the one that we tried to come out of Xanadu, I guess would have connected up to the end of this, but if the road's been gotten rid of, yeah. So has the point that this road connected to it. Which means somewhere around here, maybe. I feel like we were just along here a little way. But I don't know. Has it already decayed? Might have done, but signs do seem to last an awful long time in the wild.
Hello.
Later, Mimas. Later's Mimas. Take care. Maybe it was this way. But it was somewhere around here, right? Like, we just had a little spot on the coast where we would have put down a sign.
Awful, I don't know.
No, it was definitely just around here somewhere. It's just, I don't know. I'm getting a little bit suspicious of just how much of this has been changed. I thought we were just around there. Maybe I should have stuck with it though. Maybe if I carried on further around. It's also possible, like, if there is a deed that's been dropped down here or something, it's possible that the sign could have been moved even if it hadn't decayed. Yeah. Even if there isn't a deed here now. But I think we started our first camp just kind of here-ish. I don't think we were much further around on this because we needed a little bit of space to put it down. So I think we haven't even got our first camp sign unless I'm missing it, unless it's like buried in a tree or something. But I'm mousing over and I'm not seeing a sign.
Were we next to the water or are we just up the hill a bit or something?
No, we were next to the water. And because I remember I went running up there looking for, like, I don't know, foraging up some stuff or something. But see, I don't remember this. This decking and stuff. So it could have been here, but I don't think we parked on any of this.
Around a little bit?
Huh?
Like just further on a little bit.
Maybe. Just on a nice little bit of grass. I'm going to have to go back and watch it now. I don't think we were that close to that island, though. Don't know. Could be wrong. Because now we're into... Like, now we're solidly into, like, this kind of territory. And I think I remember we could see that boat. So, yeah. I think we've lost our original glamp campsite. And that makes me sad. But that's all right. We can park somewhere here now and we can stick a new one down. I know that we were quite close to that route up that we took because I made sure that we could get up onto the road towards Xanadu. It's interesting though, isn't it? Like, in only the space of a year, there's been some changes here, but it's not entirely obvious why there have been some changes here. Like, it's not like a new deed has sprung up in the space where that was, but clearly some kind of some terraforming, some changes have been done. And I don't know whether it's for one of the existing deeds around here or a deed that was put down and has since fallen again. I think we were about here-ish. So we're gonna pop ourselves a camp down.
Yes.
Let's pick a nice spot. Like, that seems like that might be a good spot, so we don't have to take any trees down to do it. Let's make ourselves a space. How about we go... Ooh, there's a dip there. Maybe I won't dip you into the water.
Well, like you summoned me into the water earlier. That
I
was
did
fun.
summon you into the water, and that was fun. That was fun. So,
I normally
okay.
do that to myself. Every time I summon myself to Green Dog, it doesn't seem to matter where my summoning priest stands. I always end up in the water under the bridges. I have to swim back out.
Right, so there we go. We'll have a tent here, a tent there, and we'll do our campfire here. I'm just going to trim the grass so that it's a little bit easier for us to settle down. Yeah, I mean, maybe somebody has terraformed it. I mean, it could be the signs decayed. I don't know what the quality was on our original signs, but they were secured. We started going and imping up signs and things after that point to get them higher quality. But I feel like the first one we put down was probably at least a 40 or a 50. I'd be surprised if it's gone in a year. But given that there's been terraforming nearby and like some of the highways have gone and things like that, need to summon to the tile with the token. Wait, where? Where are we talking about, Bun?
Green Dog. Thank you,
Oh,
Bun.
I see. Okay.
I was just saying that wherever I stand, I end up in the water.
You end up in the water. Yeah, because the water comes in very close to the token in Green Dog. Right, what was I looking for? Scissors. That's what I was after. Skeezers. So we're gonna trim that one. Trim that one. Trim this one. Pop some bits down. Forgot about the bone shrine. Oh well. And yeah, somebody go do that goblin camp if somebody hasn't already that we found it.
Go get it.
Go get it. Go get it. Go get it good.
And if anyone would like this crude tent, once I'll get my Vin priest to repair it.
We had this problem as well.
If anyone does not have a crude tent, a goblin tent, and would like one, let me know.
This might be about to scupper you though. We had this problem before where we discovered it's funny about what tile you stand on when you want to place your tent more than the one that you actually place it on. And I think that this drove us a little bit further back before as well. We had a similar problem. Like, I don't know if it's to do with like the lowest corner of a tile or something like that. Maybe we can't have it, or I've just diligently like cut the lawn down. Hang on, let me try over here. I was wondering, I was like, does that mean that we went to higher ground? But I don't think we did. See, you've managed it. It's just sort of funny about the one that you start on. Is it gonna let me now take it all the way back to here to place? Hang on, I've lost my other tiles. That's a lawn tile, that's a lawn tile. So what we wanted it on was that one. I think we wanted it on that one.
Get it here. One in.
But it won't let you put it on the one right by the water's edge.
No.
Now where was I standing when I kicked that one off? Oh, look, there you go. It's within a perimeter. That's what the terraforming is that's happened here. It's the Rosewood Marina, which means that maybe actually that wasn't there before. That is what's changed. So like it will let me put it there, but I guess that's the beginning of the perimeter. And that's part of the problem we're having. So were you able to put one on this tile? I tell you what though, if we are right by somebody's perimeter, let's shuffle a little bit further up. Yeah. I'll replant this one.
I'll do the lawn, you go find a spot.
Okay. I'll move this just a little bit further up because we do try and not park right in someone's perimeter. But that's probably, therefore, what has happened to our original club campsite. Can we... We can't go much further round without hitting the land. Maybe we can nestle something just here-ish. So, we try dropping a tent. Is it going to let us do one here? Yes. What about here? On a hillside. Too wet to pitch there. But it'll let me put one there. I think it probably will let you do one here, but you might have to stand a little bit back, so you might want to try that before I commit to lawning it. In fact, what I could do, knowing that I can set one there, maybe if I can move mine over. What am I doing? Place. Place. It's being finicky. You don't like it. Are we going to have to put our tents side by side for the first time, like, ever? I know. I'm not sure how I feel about that. We've never done that. What if I stick it in a tree?
No one wants to sleep on a slope, do they? That's no good.
Right. How about... I'm going to move this. How about... Can you also do yours angled on this tile next to it? I feel like we've tried this before and they overlap a little bit weirdly. Which, yeah, kissing tents. Kissing tents, exactly. It might be that Ruffle's able to put hers at an angle, but I seem to remember you get some weird things happening with the guy ropes then as well, maybe? Guess we're about to find out. Yeah, see, like, then you get that kind of... that sort of slightly awkward overlap. And if you do them at too sharp an angle, then there's no space between them. I
feel like sometimes the tents are pitched like this at the LARP events I go to.
True.
There's no room, they're all like...
It would certainly be easier to roll Ruffle in butter and herbs. And onto the campfire if I were sharing a tent for her. That's true. Okay, right, you know what? Let's no. Final one. Would you like to sleep in your tent or mine? We'll share.
Yours is prettier colour.
I mean, yours is red. I love red. Okay, all right. So we're going to put all of our stuff in one tent. That means we've got to make space for, like, both of our things, because we've both got... We are moving in together. Ruffle's got 2 carpets. Me, I only have 1. But we're going to start fighting over space and who gets what... who gets which side of the tent, and... This could be the start of something beautiful. Or it could be the end. Also, I tell you what, I haven't actually lawned this tile, so let me just do that so we can actually see what we're placing. So let's cut that. Do this one as well, because we can have our campfire perched on the corner. Really, the only reason I cut these down and turn them to lawn is so that, because I've got tile detail up high, which is nicer looking.
I can put mine underneath and you can put yours on top. Look.
I don't think it works like that. Because they just then clip into each other. You can't layer them.
Where's your carpet?
Why are you putting them at angles? Now they stick out the side of the tent. Is this how you decorate, woman? They're sticking out the side.
Where's your carpet?
In my inventory. You don't get it. No, like... Is this what? Are you telling me that this right here, that's all I get of my own tent? This little corner? Oh god, no, look at the glitching. I was
trying to do something, but I thought your carpet was bigger, so it didn't work.
No, it does not. Okay, look, right. That's my side. I'll have the drafty side.
I put one of mine... What? Okay.
This is how we choose which side of the bed. Gonna give Bun a heart. Well, maybe this is how we launch Only Worms, Bun. Right. So.
I think it only lets you put one. Oh no, we can put them both in, look. I was thinking it was like a pillow at the
I
top.
think of it like a pillow as well, but like I don't want the grass poking up. It'll be tickling my neck though. Oh, all right. Okay, how about a compromise? How about we put it like just there, and you can like we can have like, you know, pillow rolls at the top of the carpets. That sort of works ish. Also, because we always build our tents based on like the outside space, we've never actually tried decking out the inside of a tent, and that feels now like a missed opportunity that we could have done. We could have done ages ago, because that's fun. See, there's a snack. She's got her snacks. I've got my bakeware. Obviously, we're not going to put the actual campfire in there, but we're going to need a sign. Clearly, let's have one of those. I don't think we need a bone shrine in there somehow, but let me get my lantern. Let me get my lantern and one of my stools and a candle.
It's so nice in here.
So cozy. So
Your
cozy.
snowman head.
Maybe we should have moved in together.
Side. There we go.
Moved in together that much earlier. There we go. There's my lantern.
Do you like what I've done with the place?
What you got a chair on the end of your bed for? No, that can go right now. That's no. That's my nightstand.
Oh.
That's where my stuff goes. That's when oh, I didn't bring my strawberry. We could have had strawberries in bed.
Decadent.
So decadent. I'm not going to have an open flame. I can't bring myself to put an open flame in there. I just can't. Just light that one as well. See if we can set fire to the tent. I'm going to want it like there. Beautiful. Let's just put my snacks. Those can just tuck nicely there. See? How cozy is that? I mean, other than... Where are your feet going to go?
Underneath the chair.
Well, as long as it's not going to be on my side. Put some flowers down. Look at those pretty flowers.
I'll put it outside.
Blue.
There we go.
Now, oh, there's a tree in the way.
See, I took my horns off so I don't break your tent.
Thank you.
I have a what? I do not.
Has a... Okay. So explain to me, Vulcan, what's a cuck chair?
Yeah, we don't know. We don't understand. We're very innocent.
No, I don't! You might, clearly! But I need somebody to explain it to me. Not like I'm 5, because that's wrong. What is this thing, Vulcan? Everyone can always remember to get good decking. Yes!
See, I'm sitting now. Look.
You are very, very good. Yes, we did some like shots for the beginning one where like I was like careful placement of meditation rug and hiding it like out of sight in the tent so that I could have us sat by the campfire. And we're not going to get Eshri coming and picking us up in a boat this time, so I suppose I should screeny things while I can. Because normally we have Eshri. Oh, look, my chest's sticking out. Never mind. So normally I have Eshri come and pick us up and like snap some pictures. For the title screen of the next one, and
your chest was sticking out.
What? What about my chest? What? Okay, but what?
Your magic chest. I thought you meant.
Oh, that my chest was sticking. Well, it is. Okay, but that still doesn't tell me what it is, Vulcan. Only that. Ooh! Ah! God damn it! Do you know what? It's really difficult to get the angle on yourself when you're meditating, like to do fun like selfies and stuff. Like I can't, because your photo angle is still high, even though you're down low. It doesn't change like the angle that you can take your shots from, which is why it's always a little bit dodgy. So you have to go and get like an alt to take it for you. Okay, so but what is it, Vulcan? What? Why would hotels have one? What is it for? Is it? Is it for somebody to watch? Is that what we're
Yes.
saying? It's for somebody to watch
Yes.
what's happening. Like, so a chair facing the bed. Okay, okay. I'm caught up. I've never heard it called that before. I'm really hoping that's
It's a bit
something
more
that you
than
just
that,
made
but
up.
yes.
Well, I know what cuckolding is, and I assume that's kind of what we're getting to here. Somehow I was thinking more like a kind of a queening. Never mind. Never mind. Anyway, right, so I haven't even put a fucking fire down yet. Let's put a fire down. Yep. It's an actual thing. Am I gonna have to go and Google this now? God, am I still meditating?
Yeah.
She's got them all out. She's going to spend a night in a tent with me. It's going to be with some self-defense. I've made too many jokes in too short a span of time about roasting and eating her. There's nobody to sit in the cuck chair, though, Ruffle.
You want to summon someone over?
I nearly... No! 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 Has gone worm after dark. I have done... Bun! No! Is that what I said? I think I said, fuck, I haven't done the fire yet. This is also why I don't do anything in third person. And oh my god, turn my bloody UI back up. Right, okay, okay. Oh, this is so unhinged. Okay, let's put that there. You might need to move your cuck chair / queening stool, or whatever the fuck it is. While I find... because I'm gonna make the campfire just a little bit further over. On the edge of this tile rather than on the middle of that one. So, can I use my solar cinder on kindling? Because you can't use it to make a campfire, but can you use it? Presumably you can use it in place of a steel and flint on kit. But there's two ways to make a campfire, right? So you can make it with a wood scrap and a kindling, or with a steel and flint. Is it with a steel and flint, or is it with a steel and flint and a wood scrap? I can't remember. Either way, that miffs me. So, okay, I'm going to chop a log off this. Yes, nobody wants the singed. I was going to say nobody wants a singed minge. Nobody wants a singed carpet when they're...
When you said no one's singed, that's what my brain felt.
I know, that's why I stopped. I was like, filters. What am I doing? I'm making a campfire.
Okay.
Making a campfire. It's gone so downhill. I don't know. I don't know how we got here. Right. I can do this. I'm concentrating. Okay, we're gonna have a campfire. It's gonna be great. And hopefully I've put my stool the right way around, because otherwise I'm going to look like I'm sitting in the naughty corner. Woo! That's a bit close. That's... I'm going to be toasting my feet. Hang on. Got my fucking feet in the fire.
See, my chair was fine. It's yours that needed to move, as it turns out.
Okay. Whoa! Oh, now I'm in the fire. I don't know what just happened. Okay, right. Let's try again. I can do this. No. Apparently not. Hang on. Since we've descended into chaos anyway.
Little nighttime cap.
Which we run. You have got a little nighttime cap. Oh, I've lost my placement. So I learned that chairs always face south, unlike everything else that always faces north. Chairs start by facing south, right? So I should be able to just... Bam! Hello, lady. Look at her little sleepy cap. Do you know what? I feel like the Santa hat would actually do better for this because it's got the little pom-pom.
Oh, suit you to me.
And I don't know if you can colour rune them, but if you could make yourself a little, like, sleepy nightcap.
Pretty snug, isn't it?
Pretty snug. Also, who sent me mail as soon as I got on Indie? I don't even know what that one is. Toasty toes! We don't need carrots bun. We need cucumbers. Right. Okay, hang on. Let me put this. If it's where I actually intended. You see, I could. No.
I already screenshotted it, so you know.
I'm gonna sit there. It's gonna be beautiful. There we go. What a nice, cozy kind of camp we've got. Still got my chest sticking out, but never mind. I mean, Ruffle's a bit far from the campfire, if we're honest. But, whatever. Oh, I could have put my pumpkin lantern somewhere. Bollocks. So, that was a rather delightful and chaotic end to our, I need to come out for third person, end to our indie glamping adventures. Where we found the Samling Memorial Site, even though the road has gone, and our glamp campsite has gone, and now Ruffle and I are tent sharing. Does this mean for future glamping adventures? Like, is this a one-off? Is this going to be like, you know, the end of a season teaser, all of that will they, won't they, and then when the next season starts, it's like nothing happened? Or is this going to be the, like, when the next season of glamping starts, are we going to have to bicker over whose tent we get to use this time? I mean, maybe the next season we could do all of our kind of glamp camp decorating should be internal tents, obviously. Like, tent interiors as opposed to tent exteriors. I'm digging a hole for myself here, I realise. But, you know, we've done all of our, like, nice little tent exteriors. Maybe it should be, like, glamp camp interior deco. Yeah, maybe it should be. Want to sell eggplants. Oh no, they're badly shaped for this bun. No. That's the reason I didn't say marrows either, although it bloody looks like a marrow when you've got one in your hand. When you've got one in your hand, like if anybody's never looked at a worm cucumber, it's rather large. Anyway, so before this gets so much worse. Thanks for joining us on our rambling adventures. I have got a cooldown screen. This time I've also got, and I'm not going to forget, I've got a YouTube link to drop for you all to go and see that walk laps across Independence for those of you that would like to, because I enjoy it very much. And I think you might too. So let me just grab that link for you. And since we passed quite...
Also,
go on.
That's the Discord link as well, if anyone would like to be in the Discord.
Much nicer than my long and rambling message. Eggplants denied. I mean, I feel sorry for the person that you tried stuffing an eggplant. Never mind. So, we passed close by Celestial Market. As I say, I know it's lost some of its merchants, but I think you should probably go pay it a visit sometime anyway. Ruffle's just changed to a bloody snowman head. And we don't have...
you got it in time before anyone saw.
We don't have cooldown music, but if you load up this link, it will take you to some really nice some nice music to finish on as you go and have like a quick watch of that walk laps across Indy, because it is great fun. And hopefully Ruffle and I will be glamping next season. Maybe there'll be more will they or won't they eat each other on the way, or move in together. We'll see you guys next time. I hope to be doing...
Thank you all.
Hope to be doing a Christmas themed stream. Probably before Christmas, it depends when they announce stuff. But as always, thank you for the company. Thank you, Ruffle, for all the company across this year as well. Can't believe we've been doing it a year. Also, stream number 69. I mean, of all the times to move in together,
I know.
This was the one. Good night, guys. What could possibly go wrong? Good night. We'll catch you another time.